Good morning, everybody. It's now 10 o'clock and open. First, can everybody hear me and see me okay? You
Yes,
wave
sir.
your arms up, hand up. Good. Thank you. My name is David Cliff, and I'm a chartered town planner, and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry and to determine the appeal. The inquiry is into an appeal made by Gladman Developments Limited under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 against the decision of Thanet District Council to refuse outline planning permission. I see there's a hand up. Is there something you want to hear?
It was just in my life. Sorry.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. You didn't
No
have
problem.
okay, you can hear okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Good. Okay. Thank you. I shall continue. Against the decision of the Thanet District Council to refuse outline planning permission for the erection of up to 450 residential dwellings, including market and affordable housing, structural planting and landscaping, formal and informal public open space and children's play area, sustainable urban drainage with vehicle access points, including associated ancillary works and operations from Hartsdown Road, Shottendane Road and Manston Road, at land on the northwest and southeast sides of Shottendane Road in Margate. Details of access are proposed as part of the application, with matters of design, landscaping, layout and scale being reserved matters for future consideration. I'll come to the sort of detail of the event management shortly, but probably to help with things like bandwidth and to make sure we get good reception, we can hear everybody and see everybody that needs to speak. If when you're not speaking or not part of a discussion, if you can turn off your microphone and also your cameras. It's great at the start actually to see you all, so I can see all the faces, but we'll probably get to a situation where we have either celebrity squares or I can't hear or see anybody because there'll be so many people. So if we can all turn off our microphones and cameras and obviously put them on when you wish to speak, and I'll come back to more of the detail about how things will pan out in terms of event management in a moment. These opening remarks are my introductory preliminary remarks. They may go on for a little while, but there's quite a lot of important things I need to set out at the start of the inquiry, and you'll have an opportunity to ask questions as I go. And if you wish to ask a question, if you can use the raise hand function, which I have just hopefully used. This actually is a new system for me, so I've used Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and various other things, but not this one. But it seems to be pretty similar in functionality to what I hope we're, or most of us are used to. Now, we'll move on to appearances, so I can make sure that everybody is here and everyone can introduce themselves to me. If I can start with appellant, and I believe Mr. Williams is the appellant's counsel. If you'd like to introduce yourself. Please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Guy Williams. I'm a barrister. I'm instructed by Chris Ball of Gladman Development Limited. And so I will be calling 5 witnesses. And I think it'll be in this order, given the programme that you've set out. Mr. Matthew Travis, who deals with flooding and drainage matters. Miss Claire Caldwell, who deals with ecology and biodiversity matters. Rosie Meera, who deals with heritage matters. And then Mr. Edmund Couldry, dealing with viability, and Mr. Chris Ball dealing with planning policy, planning balance.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everybody, and thank you for that introduction, Mr. Williams. And if I can turn now to the council, and I understand it's Mr. Upson QC who's representing the council.
Yes, good morning, sir. As you say, it's William Upton QC, instructed by Estelle Culligan, who's the Director of Law and Democracy at Thanet District Council. In a sense, we have 2 witnesses. I say in a sense because there's one witness with a proof, and that's Mr. Vic Hester, who's dealing with viability and planning issues relating to the reasons for refusal. But as has just been mentioned, a number of witnesses dealing with other issues. And when it comes to things such as heritage, habitats and flooding, the round table, it's going to be Ian Livingston, who's the planning application manager, who will be able to contribute on behalf of the council. He's also the person who will deal with things like planning conditions and the seal compliance. So there isn't a proof of evidence from him, but he's basically able to speak to the various statements that have been submitted. So just to reassure people, they're not missing a document. It's just that he's going to be stepping up to deal with those issues, whereas Mr. Hester is dealing with the reasons for refusal. So I hope that's clear.
Thank you. Yes, I understand, and I'm sure it'll be helpful for me and everybody to have Mr. Livingstone as part of those discussions as well. So thank you for that. Just so I can make sure I get the name right, the person that you were instructed by, could you just repeat that?
Yes, Estelle Culligan. It's Estelle, Estelle, and Culligan, Culligan. And as I say, she's Director of Law and Democracy at the Council.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we have a Rule 6 party with us today, the Salmston Ward Residents Association. And
yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Rowan Dickman. I am the Vice Chair of the Salmston Ward Residents Association. We brought the Rule 6. We had intended to provide one witness. However, we felt that as that was replicating very much TDC's approach, and you did have the report, given our finite budget, we've opted not to bring that witness. So it'd be basically reading from the statement and indeed supporting TDC's approach to this.
Right, I understand. So just to clarify, because I got this email yesterday, I think from yourself, is that...
Yes, it's myself primarily. Yes.
Okay, and your witness who was going to give evidence on viability and affordable housing.
Mr. Martin Alls was going to give evidence on viability, but we felt that as it was really just reinforcing TDC's stance to save that time, and indeed, to be honest with you, with our finite budget, we opted not to call on Mr. Alls.
Okay, I understand. And just so I completely understand the situation, am I right in saying it sounds like this is the case, that you haven't suddenly sort of withdrawn your argument on the matter of viability and housing? No. It's that
the argument saying we'd be outlining that in our statement.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And obviously, you'll also have an opportunity to take part as you wish, as will other interested parties in the other discussions, roundtable discussions, etc., that we have today. Obviously, because your witness has sort of withdrawn the proof of evidence, so to speak, you won't get the opportunity to cross-examine the appellate's witness as you otherwise would do, although I think you would still get the opportunity to ask questions of them, as would any other interested party today.
I fully appreciate that, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Is everybody else clear on that position? Yeah. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, sir. That's how I had understood the position, and you'll be aware, obviously, that Mr. Couldry's proof of evidence already deals with a number of the points made by Mr. Orst, and so we're happy that you have the ability to understand our case fully in response to that. I will, as no doubt Mr. Dickman will be aware, I will make submissions about weight that may be given to evidence in circumstances where it hasn't been available to be tested, but I only make that point for clarity at the outset. I don't take any objection to the evidence remaining before the inquiry.
I understand. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So moving along, I've got a list of other speakers that I've been told who wish to speak. There may be some other ones as well. And this is in no particular order. This is the order that I have been given. But firstly, the Westgate and Guardians Action Group, and I think it's Jacqueline Brown who wishes to speak on their behalf.
Yes, I want to read out a summary of the statement from Westgate and Guardians Action Group for you.
Okay, thank you. And just so I make sure I introduce you appropriately, Mrs. How do you like to be?
Mrs.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming from what I've read that all the other interested parties are opposing the development, and on which basis I'll assume that is the case unless you tell me or somebody tells me otherwise.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I should also add that if anybody wishes to speak, there will be an opportunity for the appellant and myself to ask any questions.
Okay.
Unless you particularly sort of don't want that to be, and if so, say so. But obviously, I think this has been a little bit by Mr. Williams. If you allow yourself to ask questions, obviously that allows a sort of degree of scrutiny that can sort of affect the sort of the weight that I can give to representations. But it's purely your choice.
I was just going to read the statement out, if that's okay.
That's fine. Yes, that's fine. But would you be happy for questions to be asked afterwards if parties or myself wish that to be the case? I wouldn't expect it's sort of going to be like a big cross-examination. In fact, I would not encourage that at all. Merely sort of any sort of questions of clarification or anything that anybody wishes to ask, I think is generally the approach.
Yes, if I can, I'll try and answer. Yeah.
Okay. Now, certainly, as I say, I know we have two advocates here, and I know that there will be cross-examined later on, but it's certainly not my intention that interested parties who've not put forward proofs would be cross-examined as such. But questions can usually be asked if that is appropriate. Okay. Thank you. And I don't want that to put anybody sort of off from making representations either, because I'm here to hear what everybody has to say, be it the council, the appellant, or all interested parties as well. Okay, bear with me. I'll also, anybody who wishes to speak, I'll add your name to my decision letter as well. And I'd also say that I have read all the written submissions that have been put in so far. So even if somebody doesn't speak, I will still take into account the representations they've made in writing. Okay, moving on, and for the other interested parties, if you could also give you're not representing a group, your address, please. Obviously, if you are representing a group, please say so, and also if you could add in what authority you have to do so. We've covered whether or not you support or object to the proposed development. I'm assuming the interested parties today wish to object, but if not, please tell me. And also any qualifications that you wish to be recorded when I write your name in at the end of my decision. Okay, and we'll also at the end, I'll have a little discussion on when parties will be heard, because I know from a few emails that I read this morning and yesterday, not everybody is able to attend at all times. So moving on with the list that I have got, I've got a David Morrish, I think it is, from the CPRE.
That's me.
Good morning.
I am the chairman of Thanet district branch of CPRE. I also have a background of 40 years professional service in local governments. I'm a chartered civil engineer. And I am a trustee of CPRE Kent.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the inquiry. I've next on my list got Richard Brennan. Mr. Brennan, are you with us? It doesn't appear that Mr. Brennan is. Okay, if Mr. Brennan joins later on, then I'm sure that I can still accommodate what he wishes to say, but it doesn't appear that Mr. Brennan.
I'm here now.
Mr. Brennan is here. Sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Yes, I'm just a resident of Shottendane Road.
Okay.
I've been a resident for 21 years.
Okay, thank you. Good. Welcome to the inquiry. Next on my list is Councillor Pauline Farrance. And if I've mispronounced your name, please let me know. And this applies to everybody, because I'm sure I will mispronounce someone's name along the way over the next few days. So please correct me if I do. Councillor Farrance, are you with us? Oh, yes, you're there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
And are you representing in the terms of the views you wish to give today, are those of the council or your personal views?
I'm representing residents, obviously, as a councillor, and my own views. But I am largely driven by my, obviously, comments from my residents and concerns of my residents.
Okay, thank you. Can you just remind me which ward you...
It's Salmston Ward.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next on my list, I've got a question mark, is Sonia Stewart. I don't think Sonia Stewart, from the emails I've seen, is with us. No, I understand that Ms. Stewart's part of the Westgate and Garland Action Group, so and that Ms. Brown, as we've heard, will be providing such views. Okay. Moving on, Sir Roger Gale, MP.
Good morning, sir. I'm the Member of Parliament for North Thanet, address House of Commons, London, if you need it. And I'm representing those who elected me. And I have not submitted any proof of evidence. I shall be working from notes, but I assume that the hearing's recorded. I'm more than willing to provide notes if necessary, and I'm equally happy to be questioned by either Mr. Williams or yourself, sir. I'm trying to accommodate this around parliamentary business, as you'll understand, but I will do my best to be present for as much of the hearing as I can.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of, if anybody sort of is speaking to notes and wishes to send a copy of those notes to the Planning Inspectorate Case Officer, Holly Dutton, then you may do so. But there's no need to do so. That is only optional. Okay, thank you. Moving down my list, as I say, I will come back to when we can accommodate people in terms of people with obvious time pressures. Councillor Pugh, is there a Councillor Pugh here?
Yes, hello, good morning. I'm Councillor Pugh. I'm a councillor for Thanet Villages, which half of this application sits in my ward. I'm also deputy leader of the council, but I'm speaking just as a ward councillor for Thanet Villages and representing my own opinion and the views of my residents.
Okay, I understand, and welcome to the inquiry. Next on my list, Mr. Timothy Knibb. Mr. Knibb, are you?
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm a local resident in the Salmston ward, and I'd be interested in making comments on this application. That's why I've asked to speak here. But I think it'd be in the round table discussions.
Okay. That is fine, and that would avoid sort of repetition from things being said in people's sort of introductory, sort of not introductory, but sort of general submissions. As I said before, if anybody wants to sort of take part in the particular roundtable discussions, then, you know, subject to my reasonable control of the meeting and making sure that no one is repeating what everyone else says, then that is fine. Which roundtable discussion would you intend to join?
Probably the biodiversity one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next on my list is a Councillor Kerry Boyd.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of my residents and as a local neighbour of the site, and I'll be representing their views. I am the councillor for Garland Ward.
Okay, thank you and welcome. That is the list that I have got of those who wish to speak, or those who've said they wish to speak at the moment. Is there anybody who wishes to speak who hasn't so far introduced themselves or been introduced? Okay, I don't see any more hands up. If anybody during the course of proceedings does feel they wish to add anything, then obviously let me know. Okay, thank you. And I'd also at this point say welcome to those people who are watching the live stream of this on the council's YouTube channel. It may feel rather strange that you're not sort of part of the virtual room, so to speak, but hopefully it gives you an opportunity to follow this inquiry over the next few days. So welcome to those people too. A quick reminder that the Planning Inspectorate is subject to the general data protection regulations, so I suggest that you avoid referring to sensitive personal information during the inquiry. I think if you do have something to say which is sort of sensitive and might be subject to the data protection regulations, then I think it's best to email the Planning Case Officer, Holly Dutton, at the Planning Inspectorate first, and then we can try and sort of work out a way of ensuring that you have your views without giving that sensitive information in public. Okay. Now, in terms of when people will have the opportunity to speak, other than in the roundtable discussions, etc., we will be doing, after my introduction, openings from the three main parties, and then I intend to give people the opportunity to speak with any, let's say, sort of general sort of comments that they have, not wishing to sort of repeat anything that's then going to be sort of talked about in any roundtable discussion. So I'm imagining that will be either side of lunchtime. So I'm hopeful that everyone who is here for part of this introductions will be able to attend either side of lunchtime to have the say, so to speak. If that is a problem, then obviously let me know before we close or before you disappear, because I do want to make sure that everyone is accommodated. Is that okay for everybody? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, that's fine for me.
Yes, that's okay. Fine, thank you.
Okay, put your hand up if it's not okay. Okay, good. Moving on to virtual event management. Thank you for the council for organising the virtual inquiry. This was intended originally to be in person, but obviously with Omicron, etc., that was no longer possible. Things seem to be working okay so far, but things can go wrong. And I want to make sure that everyone remains engaged throughout. It can be a little bit more difficult to engage possibly during a virtual inquiry than an in-person inquiry. So I'll endeavour to avoid long sitting hours, and I'll ensure we'll have morning and afternoon breaks to reduce screen fatigue, etc. If anyone can't hear me or wishes to raise an issue at the appropriate time, then raise your hand. Obviously, this is a formal proceeding, so when we're into the formal cross-examination, evidence in chief part of the proceedings, then we have to sort of stay with the formal approach. So you won't have the opportunity during a cross-examination of a witness example to suddenly sort of say anything then. But as I said before, you are able to ask questions of parties at the appropriate points. Also, the sort of difficulties with doing virtual inquiries, I've got various screens here. I'm doing the inquiry from Bristol, by the way, and I've got various screens. So if I'm looking away at a different screen when you're talking, it doesn't mean to say I'm ignoring you. I'm just looking at a relevant bit of evidence that's associated with what you're going to or what you are saying. I'll also be taking notes, obviously, as I go along. And because my eyesight is disappearing fast, I tend to sort of look down a bit. So apologies if I do that. It's just we've all got our little whims with these things, and I think they're more pronounced in the virtual events than they are in public events, not least having my face on a show for 6 hours a day. So even I might occasionally take 20 seconds to turn my camera off to have a sneezing fit or whatever it might be. And everyone, feel free to do so at any point as well. Obviously, we'll stay with the main party or the parties who are speaking with their cameras on. But if you're not speaking or part of a discussion, no need to have your camera or audio on. Also, please turn off mobile phones and try and keep interruptions to an absolute minimum or keep them on silent. And when we adjourn for morning or lunch breaks, please allow me to leave the meeting first, just so I don't get left in the meeting with one set of parties and not the other, for fairness. I will always leave the meeting completely so that I can't hear anything. But bear in mind that when we do break for lunch or with a morning break, sometimes you get situations where people don't turn off their audio so you can hear the separate conversations. So just make sure you do turn off your audio when you when we have the breaks, if you're not actually leaving the virtual room. Okay, I think those are the main points with the the virtual event management. If anybody runs into a serious problem, i.e. losing a connection, then obviously just try and reconnect first of all. Sometimes that does help. Even sometimes if you're getting a poor signal, reconnecting can help. But if we lose somebody who's important to that part of the proceedings, then obviously we can adjourn whilst we try to get them back in the meeting. Everybody so far seems to, touch wood, have pretty good connections. So famous last words, but that side of it seems to be pretty good so far. Now, representations from interested parties, I've already said that I've read all those. Could the appellant just confirm that you have seen those as well?
So I've seen I've seen a large number of third-party representations. As the speakers have indicated, not each of those currently down to speak has produced a representation, but I have been provided by the appellant with all those that we have received.
Okay, thank you. I've also received several proofs of evidence. I'll just quickly go through these. From the appellant, I've got from Mr. Ball, planning evidence. From Mr. Coldry, financial viability and affordable housing evidence. Proof of evidence from Claire Caldwell on ecological matters, and also a proof from Mr. Travis on flood risk and drainage. Those are the proofs that I've got. I'm aware there's several other position papers, statements of common ground, etc., but those are the proofs that I have got. From the council, Mr. Vic Hester on both viability and affordable housing and planning matters. Obviously, we did have the proof from the Rule 6 from Mr. Orst, and I suppose, as we discussed before, that proof is still in existence. I'm not sure it's actually been withdrawn, and it has been dealt with in writing by the appellant. But obviously, Mr. Orst won't be speaking to that proof or being cross-examined on that. I think we've already adequately covered that. I've read all the proofs, so I'd expect them to be largely taken as read. But I think when we go on to the various discussions, it can be useful because there's a reasonable amount of people here for the relevant witnesses to sort of summarise the points from those proofs, and obviously there'll be opportunities to do that in the cross-examination parts in the evidence in chief. Okay, if we could just move on to statements of common ground. The only statement of common ground I'm missing at the moment is the statement of common ground on viability and affordable housing. I understand that from emails I've seen that there is progress made towards that, although we are quite late in the day, obviously at the start of the inquiry. So what is the latest position on the statement of common ground on affordable housing and viability? Mr. Williams, do you want to kick off?
Thank you, sir. We received a version with some additional comments on from the council yesterday evening, and that's been worked through by Mr. Caldry this morning. So hopefully you should receive a final version of the final statement of common ground during the course of this morning.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Upton. Is that the agreed position?
That's certainly my understanding, yes. So cross fingers for its production this morning.
Okay. Okay. If we could obviously work on that basis, and obviously well, I'm not going to be reading anything till the end of this inquiry, but I think absolutely it is needed today, both from my point of view, to get, to grip with actually which are the issues in between the parties on this issue, and also for other interested parties to have a chance to consider that if they want to do as well. As I think, as we all know, it is unfortunately a document that is going to be submitted quite late in the proceedings for various reasons. Just so everyone is aware, what is the sort of, perhaps Mr. Williams, you can answer this, what is the sort of what have been the particular problems with getting this document agreed or at such a late point?
I think it's just been a series of back and forths between the parties. I haven't been directly involved in those exchanges, but I understand the process has just taken longer than perhaps the parties would have liked.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's safe to say from the programme that we're not going to get on to that particular issue till tomorrow. In fact, I would say we definitely can't do that till tomorrow, because I won't have a chance to even see the statement of common ground until this evening.
So that's right. And there was a point on programming I just wanted to raise, which my friend and I discussed briefly yesterday afternoon. I don't know whether this would be a convenient time to do it, or whether you're going to come back to programme.
I was going to come back to programme. Yes, I was going to come back to programme. Is this the issue of what order we do things, because one of the witnesses speaking to both planning and viability matters?
Effectively, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's on my list. I was going to start a little bit later on in the introductions, but we'll come on to that, because yeah, that's a question I want to ask as well. Okay. Right. Thank you, everybody. In terms of other documents, all the documents and evidence should already have been provided. And I'm not inviting any particular sort of submissions at this particular stage, but is there anything that's not already been submitted, apart from what we've talked about at the Statement of Common Ground and one or two other things as well that I will come on to, that any party wishes to submit? I've got a small list of things that I've been told yesterday via emails are sort of in the ether, so to speak. If I just start with that list that I've got of things that I'm aware of, and then anybody else can add anything else that they wish to submit. First of all, I'm aware of a update from the council on their proof of evidence. I got an email about this yesterday. Does that ring any bells? Or
yes, it's just so everyone knows. There are some figures that are in the appendix to Mr. Hester's proof from regarding viability. There was a correction to be made to a couple of numbers because of the issue of land tax and stamp duty that was picked up by Mr. Caldry, and it made sense to put a number on it. Hopefully that will then not be a dispute that it needed correcting. So that's all it's intending to do. And Mr. Hester obviously will speak to it. So that's what the document is. It's just to pick up that point and say, well, then the numbers look like this.
Okay, thank you. That's a sort of a matter of clarification and a point of agreement, and that's obviously helpful from my point of view. Mr. Williams, are you content with that to be submitted as a late document, so to speak?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Has anybody else got anything they'd like to add on that? Okay, it seems sensible that I accept that as part of the inquiry documents. As I've not seen, I was aware of it, but I've not actually seen it because I've got various emails through. So I think these will have to be documents that I accept as part of the inquiry. So let me just make a note of that.
Just so you're aware, on the core document website, it's got the title Thanet District Council Correction Note.
Right.
So that's the title of the document.
Okay, so it's been added to the core document list. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. that is that one. Now, again, in no particular order, but let's move on just to the 106 agreement. Again, through emails yesterday, I saw that there was a draft Section 106 agreement submitted. What's just the latest for myself and also for everybody else here? What's the latest position on that?
Thank you. So I can see Mr. Ball's just raised a hand. I don't know whether that's...
Yes, so Chris Ball of Gladman Developments. It may be helpful if I come in at this point, just to provide the latest position.
Okay.
After sending the email last night to the Planning Inspectorate, we received further comments from Kent County Council. They were provided late last night. They don't change any fundamental points or principles of the agreements, but we're going to be working through those this morning. The only other elements of the legal obligations is the unilateral undertaking, which I referenced in my email with regard to Schedule 3 and the affordable housing review mechanism. But those documents are both being worked on at the moment.
Okay, so the draft that was submitted yesterday is a working draft effectively, and sounds like it's going to be subject to some further alteration.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct, sir. But just to give you some comfort, things that have been identified are confirmation around things like plans, with Kent County Council just wanting sufficient assurance that enough land has been safeguarded for things like the link road.
Okay. And by the time we have our discussion on the planning obligation, and to a degree this may also involve the evidence that's given tomorrow, we were at that point on affordable housing and viability, will it be in a position to be effectively complete, well, subject to signatures, etc., by that stage?
We are working hard and fast with the county and with the district council solicitors. Our aim is to try and get an agreed form of the draft as soon as possible. So in the hope, yes, but it's subject to agreement from TDC and KCC.
Okay. And obviously, as Kent County Council are a signatory of that, or obviously very much involved in that, I presume they're not going to be appearing at the inquiry this week. Certainly, I've not got them down as a list of potential speakers. I would require a letter from them, sort of clearly setting out what their position is on the final, on that final version of the agreement.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Is that everything for now on the Section 106?
So yes, I think as Mr. Ball's email said yesterday, one of the issues has been that there is both a unilateral and a bilateral obligation, and there has been considerable discussion about the appropriate affordable housing review mechanism. So just in terms of third parties being aware, it is intended that the 106 provision will provide for a percentage of affordable housing informed by your decision, but that there will also be a review mechanism to address the situation whereby viability improves prior to the commencement of the first phase of the development. And that review mechanism, we understand now, has to be in the unilateral rather than in the bilateral. So the discussion on the terms has been very advanced, but the location of where that review mechanism is going to appear in the documents has to be changed.
Okay, I understand, and I'm sure we'll go on to consider that in more detail later in the inquiry. Thank you. Okay, thank you. The next one I've got is from the CPRE. So Mr. Morris, and this is a sort of, I think, an update really, or sort of a position statement from the CPI based on all the information that there is in so far. I've not read this, I'm just aware of it because I'm not formally accepted it into the inquiry yet. So Mr. Morris, are you Are you with us? Yes, you are.
Yes.
Could you just sort of update me and the inquiry on what is the purpose for this document, why it's come in at a late stage? Because obviously the deadlines for documents has passed, and I can then sort of ask the parties for their views and decide whether or not to accept it as a document as part of this inquiry.
Two reasons. It's to record general support for TDC's case as prepared for the inquiry, but also to add to it commentaries on the procedure that led to the council's position in the first case. And then finally, we have picked up evidence from the Summersden Residents Association on flood pollution risks, which we had made reference to in earlier objections, but we wanted to subscribe to and support the Residents Association on that matter.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Williams and Mr. Upton, have you seen this document? I understand it has been forwarded to either side. I think I'm correct in saying, although there was such a flurry of emails yesterday, I can't guarantee that.
I saw it by email yesterday. It came through. So, but it's not on the website. So just to confirm, it would be just an attachment to an email at the moment.
Right. Mr. Williams, has the appellant seen it?
So yes, we received it by email last night, and I've read it, and without wishing to encourage any further late documents, our position is that this raises points that have previously been raised, and we don't object to it going in as an update position. How I would propose that we deal with points such as this is through the round table discussion. So when interested parties and make their statements, what I would like to do, if this is acceptable, is just to keep a note of the points that I think are then best addressed by our respective witness when it comes to the round table session, so that you can hear the appellant's response to it, if that has to be updated from what's already in the written proofs.
Okay. Yes, that's how I was envisaging that the roundtable discussions will work, and in respect of any such sort of documents such as that, it would be a good opportunity for any sort of responses to be provided at that stage. So I'm happy with that general approach. Obviously, there are some matters today which might be sort of discussed later on, which or submissions that are made that are not related to the roundtable discussions, and any additional points that haven't been sort of responded to by the appellant so far and can't be responded to in the roundtable discussions because they involve a different matter, that could potentially be picked up by your planning witness later on, just to make sure that any point that has been raised which has not yet been responded to, there is a fair opportunity to do so. Okay, I think, Mr. Morris, I don't like accepting late evidence at a late stage because it just causes quite a lot of sort of confusion for people and difficult to keep on top of things. But I think on the basis of what has been said, I'm happy to make the exception for that document that you have submitted yesterday. So if that could be added to the council's website, please, so everybody has a chance to look at that as well. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Those were the three that I had written down. Is there any other submission or written submission or anything that anybody wants to provide or wishes to provide that it hasn't been put before the inquiry so far?
So it's not a written submission, but there was an update letter from Natural England in relation to the SPA letter that came in. I received it yesterday afternoon. And I know that this is on your agenda for the biodiversity discussion, but it effectively confirms that they raise no objection and they conclude that the avoidance and mitigation measures are appropriate to prevent there being an adverse effect on the integrity of the European site. I don't know whether that's found its way through to you.
Yes, it did. It came through yesterday. I was going to raise it in the roundtable discussion, but yes, effectively, it's another document. I think that was in response to the, as I'm the competent authority, I effectively wrote out before Christmas asking for the Natural England's latest views on that. So I think that was a response to that. So yes, that obviously is something that will be accepted into the inquiry as well, and we can discuss further during the relevant roundtable discussion. So thank you. The other one that, sorry, Mr. Upton, your hand's up as well.
I was just following on from that. There are actually, just so people know, there are 2 letters dated the 10th of January that from Natural England that deal with this point. One is addressed to the inspectorate, essentially confirming what's just been said. The other was a letter addressed to Mr. Ian Livingston. In a sense, it's sort of an update of the representation that Natural England wanted to make on the application, but I think it comes to the same purpose. It's just, it's worth noting there are actually 2 different documents that they sent. And so that people need to be aware there are 2 letters of the 10th of January, right. Just slightly differently different matters there. And yes, they're not yet on the website, and they just came through and are dated. Well, they came through by email yesterday. The other thing I was just to mention, so was we've also added to the website, there were 2 appendices regarding the strategic viability assessment work that was done. It's from the local plan, so they're public documents. It's just they've been added to the website, so you're aware that when you do look at the website, why they're there. They just further expand on the work that was done at the local plan stage, in case it becomes relevant when Mr. Hester's giving evidence, because there was obviously a viability assessment done at that stage, and that's what that information is about. So I think they've been given reference CD 6.5 and 6.6, just so you're aware what they are. Right. One that hasn't quite made its way through, which I'm sorry about, is the annual monitoring report, because I'm aware that though we and the appellant are agreed about the state of the housing land supply, the fundamental information is set out in that monitoring report, which sets out the calculation number of the capacity of sites, and indeed there's a very detailed table of what individual sites can deliver, and then obviously then the calculation about the housing land supply numbers. But I think it's a useful, important supporting information. And as I say, because the 2 sides essentially had agreed, and thank goodness for it, that we don't need to go through the detail of that, unfortunately it hasn't made its way into the information before you, even though it is, as I say, a public document that is the formal monitoring report. So we were going to make sure that was part of the core documents. But as I say, I don't think it's come to you separately yet.
No, I'm not aware of seeing that. Obviously, with these inquiries, there's sort of quite a lot of documents, so sometimes I do miss them. But yeah, I'm happy for that to be put in for my. Yeah, that'd be useful to have, and presuming no one's got an objection to that. Yeah, no, that's fine. What date is that, by the way, just for my note?
Oh, just yes, so you know, because obviously each district does it slightly differently. It's a 2020 document, the annual monitoring report for the local plan of 2020. There is obviously a 2021 document version due that would come out probably at the end of January, but it's not available in any sensible form at the moment. So we're not anticipating it changes anything before you. But obviously in terms of the date of the annual monitoring report, they come out at a regular interval. Okay. So if it does come out before you determine matters, obviously we would make you aware of it. Yeah. But certainly the way the numbers are going, it doesn't change the fundamental points before you.
Okay, thank you. And just very briefly, there's 2 documents that you referred to before, which are also being added to the council's core strategy list, core documents list. Were they previously appendices to the council's proof of evidence?
They should have been, and I think what appears to have happened is they didn't get onto the core document list. As basically they are the documents that were submitted to the local plan examination, saying here are the strategic sites and the assessment of their viability, and so that it's the I'm just picking them up. Sorry, yes, I have to refresh the site. So it is simply making sure that it's on the core document list. I don't think it's new in any other sense.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well, and in which case I'm certainly happy for those documents to be included, as they're clearly referred to in the relevant proof. Okay, thank you. I thought of another one actually that I need to ask about, which I was going to ask about it later on, but I will ask about now as we're at this point. In terms of the suggested conditions, I'll just say for any party here that any discussion of suggested conditions is absolutely without prejudice to my eventual decision. But is there an agreed document between the two parties on the suggested conditions? Because all I've got so far, I've obviously got the conditions which the council officers recommended in the original planning officers planning committee report, and I've got a response from the Rule 6 party with some additions or amendments to conditions. But I don't think yet I've got an agreed list between the main parties of the suggested conditions were I to allow the appeal. What's the update on that? See, Mr. Ball's hand's gone up. So
it's probably best for Mr. Ball to update you. I think it's been, again, one of those documents going back.
Okay.
That's correct, sir. And that is the update. There is an agreed or almost agreed list of conditions. They largely reflect what was in the committee reports. The changes at the moment are looking at plan references, but I think we are pretty close to having an agreed list between the two parties.
Okay, thank you. And if that could be shared with Mr. Dickman as well from the Rule 6 party as well, because obviously, Mr. Dickman, you've made your own comments on those conditions as well, which obviously we'll discuss later on in the inquiry, towards the end of the inquiry when we get to conditions. But just so the main parties are all kept in the loop, so you all have a chance to make your relevant points later on that. Okay, that's fine on conditions. Obviously, get that to me as soon as possible. And we're not going to get to conditions until, I say sort of optimistically on Thursday. But if I can have that agreed document by, let's say, the end of tomorrow, so I can consider that after we close tomorrow evening to make sure that I can hold a discussion on that. Mr. Dickman?
Oh, yeah, just to say that if that information could be sent through to Mr. Hans, who's our consultant, he's the person who's been the link between you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is that everything in terms of other submissions? Okay. I don't see any hands up. Just on the hands function, if I miss a hand and somebody else spots it, just let me know, please, at any point, because sometimes it can be difficult to spot all the hands. Okay, now in terms of the plans before me, these are set out in the Statement of Common Ground, the General Statement of Common Ground. I've got two questions. I don't want to sort of repeat what's being said. I'll go through every plan, but in terms of the site location and access arrangement plans, and Plan SK09, which is the bear with me, SK09, the copy I've got is revision B, and this was the copy that was sent through by the appellant when the appeal was submitted. But in the Statement of Common Ground, it says revision E. So is there a more updated plan that I have not got for SK09? It's the access plan.
So if I could come in here again, sir. CD 2.19, and the update reflects a change to the drawing.
Notification of the width of the road.
Oh, it includes notifications on the width of the road.
Right. Which core document number was it again?
2.19.
2.19, and this is the appellant's core documents.
That's correct, sir, yes.
Okay. Bear with me while I get that up in the screen in front of me. Okay, I've got that on the screen in front of me. So just describe to me what the revision does. Again, please.
I'm going to bring in the site project manager, Mr. Robert Black.
Okay.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yeah, hi. The update was in response to KCC Highways comments regarding the road widths and widths of the lanes in and around the right-hand turning lane on Hartsdown Road. You'll note between the two plans, there's no dimensions on the one at Plan B, which was the original submission plan. But this one, that's revision E, has got a 6.75 metre carriageway width within the site and 3 lanes of 3.5 metres within the Hartsdown Road carriageway. It was notified, and that was something at the request of KCC Highways to include that on that working drawing.
So is that just the notation? The actual plan is effectively the same?
The plan's effectively the same, yeah. You just needed to put the figure in. Yeah, so sorry, the right-hand turning lane had to be widened slightly from 3 metres to 3.5 metres, but any extra is taken up within the site.
Right. Okay. I see. And that is the only change to that plan from what was considered by the council when it determined the application?
Oh, no, sorry. This was part of the determination. It was submitted during the determination process. So it was in front of the council at the time of determination.
Right. That's revision E was before the council when it
determined the application. Correct, yeah. All the documents that are stored at our CD2, they're all ones that were submitted prior to determination with the council, so they've all been in front of the council. So,
okay, Mr. Upton, could you at some point confirm that that's the case? You don't necessarily need to do it now, but at some point, just to make sure that the council's happy that these plans were the ones that were before the council when it was determined. I'm assuming sort of it is from the statement of plan I got sent when the appeal was lodged, albeit that was probably some time ago, wasn't it? But still after the determination of the application, obviously. It still refers to revision B. That's what got me confused.
Yeah.
There's another one as well, and that is the parameter plan listed is in the statement of common ground is revision C. Oh no, this is the way around. The parameter plan in the statement of common ground, or the one that I've got, is revision C, but the copy in the core document says revision B. So this is CSA 443012, the parameter plan. Just want to make sure I know which is the correct one. Right, my plan is, the one I've got is revision B, sorry. So the one I've got, this is the parameter plan, is revision B. And in the statement of common ground, it says, I think, revision C. I think that's hopefully clarifies.
Apologies, sir. Technological failure, and I managed to close the screen and drop myself after being quiet.
That's okay. It's the sort of thing I'll be doing at some point as well, no doubt.
I think, sir, just to make sure, can we come back to you just to make sure what the relevant revision should be?
Yeah, if you could, please, because I don't want to sort of waste time sort of discussing, going backwards and forwards now, so we can sort of move on to the other parts of the inquiry. But if you can, and just to make sure that the plans I've got are the plans that were the ones that were considered by the council when it made the decision, or if there's been any actual change since then. Obviously, I and everybody else needs to know about that as well. I've got a hand up, Mr. Hester.
Thank you, sir. If you press the button on the tab that says revision B, the plan that opens up is actually revision C.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's really how it's referenced on the core document, or on the council's website, should I say. Thank you.
Right. So it is so revision C should be the correct plan.
That's correct, yeah.
Right. Okay. Again, if this could just be up, you know, maybe clarified in a note at some point during the day, that would be great, and to make sure that everyone is in agreement with that. Okay. Thank you. Good. Okay. Apologies, everybody, because some of this stuff may sound a little bit sort of turgid, so to speak. So moving on. The inquiry will obviously be conducted in accordance with the Year 2000 inquiry procedure rules. There'll be something of a sort of a hybrid approach, including both cross-examination and roundtable discussions. Just going through the programme briefly, and this one will come on to the point that was going to be raised, I think, previously about the witnesses and evidence in chief, etc. When I've concluded my opening remarks, I'll invite the appellant, the council and the Rule 6 party to each make a brief opening statement, and this will help everybody to understand the main arguments. I will then hear from interested parties who may be asked questions by myself and or the appellant, and that will be, I suspect, sort of either side of lunch. Although flooding and drainage matters are not part of the council's reason for refusal, a number of concerns have been received, obviously, from local residents. So I've got an item in the agenda to cover this, where the appellant's witness will be called to summarise the flooding and drainage evidence and then answer questions from both myself and from interested parties. Following that, we'll have a roundtable discussion on biodiversity matters, including the effect on the Thames Coast and Sandwich Bay Special Protection Area, along with the other specific biodiversity matters that have been raised. I wanted this to be a roundtable discussion. Again, it's not, well, the effect on the SBA is a reason for refusal from the council, but also I've got a statutory duty to consider such matters, and also wanted a chance for everyone to consider the late information or the further information and other matters that have been raised since the council's determination of the application. And then there'll be what I imagine will be a short roundtable discussion on heritage matters. Again, this is given the statutory obligation for me to have regard to the effects upon the significance of any designated heritage assets, notwithstanding that that wasn't a reason for refusal from the council. Moving on, and this is the point I think needs a little bit of discussion. It was proposed the council will present its evidence on affordable housing and viability, which will be cross-examined by the appellant, and there'll be an opportunity for re-examination of the witness. And I will hear the appellant's witness on the same basis. The issue I think here is that the council's witness is covering both planning and affordable housing viability matters. So I think it was Mr. Williams, you wanted to raise a point linked to this. Do you want to raise that point now?
Thank you, sir. I was going to suggest that Mr. Hester gives his evidence in one block, dealing with viability and planning, and is therefore cross-examined once by me. And in your programme, points 789 are all viability witnesses, but actually there is only one witness for the council. Mr. Orst isn't giving evidence, and so I think it is more logical to hear from Mr. Hester all the way through, and then to hear from Mr. Couldry, and then to hear from Mr. Ball. So that was my suggestion, and I raised that with my learned friend yesterday.
Okay, as I say, it was a point I wanted to discuss with you as well. I thought it wasn't sort of picked up so much at the case management conference that we were in that situation, but I understand what you say about the, in terms of one witness giving, being cross-examined twice, there are certainly, I think, advantages for that to be done in one go, so to speak. Mr. Upton, would you have any objections to such an approach?
Really, sort of two things there. Firstly, that makes sense in terms of particularly the way that the evidence is written. There isn't a sort of natural division within his proof of evidence. It is basically dealing with both issues. So that's certainly fine from our point of view in terms of he presenting his evidence, so to speak, in one go, and then there's sort of one block. But you're quite right. At the time of case management, we weren't sure if there was going to be a separate proof and the rest of that. So yes, it makes sense to change the suggested order to that he just deals with his evidence, and then we move on to Mr. Couldry and Mr. Ball afterwards. The second thing I need to mention, so it's just, I suppose, it's a sign of the times, is unfortunately Mr. Hester was diagnosed with COVID last week. Is okay to continue. I did check with him, but does unsurprisingly get more tired than he otherwise would do. So if we could sort of go through that, we're not asking him to do too much in one go, and try to build in the breaks that I think you were going to suggest in any event. I'd be very grateful for that. And obviously, just checking with him. I suppose it's one silver lining of this, at least, is online, that we can continue in a situation. Otherwise, we probably would have had to pause. So I just wanted to raise it because I think obviously there's always a pressure on people to continue in the situation of public inquiry. I don't want Mr. Hester to feel in that situation, but he does feel at the moment he can continue. So I just wanted to flag it as much as anything. And hopefully he will lead us if he does need to take a break more than has been anticipated. So those are the 2 points in terms of the presentation of his evidence, that yes, we feel we can do it in one go, but can we just be careful about the timetabling?
Okay. Okay. Well, firstly, Mr. Hester, sorry to hear that, and I hope you're feeling okay and you continue to do so. And absolutely, whatever sort of breaks, whatever is needed, I want to make sure, obviously, from my point of view, that the witnesses are in their sort of best maintained position to give the clearest evidence. That's to my benefit. So I'm very happy to sort of watch this space based upon what you've been said. And I've also, I think it was when I read Mr. Hester's proofs that I thought actually this issue about maybe we need to sort of switch the program around a little bit. It doesn't make an awful lot of difference, I don't think, really, in terms of the overall program. It just sort of rather amalgamates 7, 8, 9 and 10 and 11 a little bit more, but it seems sensible to follow the approach, I think, from my point of view, that's been suggested. Yeah, subject to Mr. Hester's health and obviously sort of ability to be able to present the evidence. So unless there's anybody else who wants to comment on this, I'm happy to go forward with that approach, which seems to be the most sensible and I think indeed the most efficient way of proceeding with things as well.
So, and it does, I mean, as we said earlier, it does seem to me that we're not hard up against the timetable in this case, and certainly I think that's a good thing.
Yes, absolutely. I think, yeah, it will allow for more efficient use of the time, which I'm certainly all in favour of. Okay. Thank you. And I should add that those objecting to the proposals will have the opportunity to ask questions of the appellant's witness. I know in some areas local residents have differing views to the council on some of the planning matters, general planning matters, shall we say. And I think because of that, when it comes to, again, some of Mr. Hester's evidence on planning, I'll keep an open mind as to whether or not to allow the opportunity for interested parties to ask questions of Mr. Hester as well as the appellant's witness on planning matters. It just seems as though that might be appropriate to do so, given the fact that whilst obviously the residents are opposing the application as the council is, the views and everything are not absolutely sort of identical. So it seems sensible to keep an open mind on that. Okay. Following that, we'll have a roundtable discussion on conditions and the planning obligation, as has already been said, which is standard procedure. That doesn't indicate I've made up my mind on the case and does not weaken the council's opposition to the proposal or the appellant's case that planning permission should be granted. We've discussed the list of suggested conditions. We've discussed the 106, so that is good. And then finally, at the end, I will hear closing submissions from firstly the council, secondly the Rule 6 party, and finally the appellant. And as always, it would be helpful for me if these could be provided in writing, and I'll try and structure the proceedings as best as possible to enable you, give you the time to do so. The inquiry is scheduled for a maximum of 4 days. I need to establish a program to make sure it runs efficiently. I think what we've discussed so far will lead towards that. It may be possible to complete before then. In fact, it seems to me that it is possible we could complete after 3 days if at a good pace. But there again, I don't want to necessarily rush things in order to do so. But we can keep an eye on time, and at the end of perhaps sort of at some point tomorrow, we can discuss where we're going with that. I've issued a draft programme, as you'll have seen, and also an agenda for the roundtable discussions. Thank you for the estimates from the two advocates in terms of your timings. That has been helpful. There'll also be, at the end of the inquiry, I will ask whether or not any party wishes to make an application for costs. Again, one of the emails I think yesterday is from the appellant foreshadowing a possible application for costs, which I presume is still the case. Mr. Williams, don't want to necessarily waste time at this point discussing that, but...
No, sir, I don't want to make a big thing of it. Your case management conference note indicated that it would be helpful to have an advance notification as well as an application in writing at the same time before closings. And so we will, of course, keep it under review, but that is the current position.
Okay, thank you. Each day I intend to break for lunch at 1 o'clock with short morning breaks and afternoon breaks. I don't want to finish any day beyond 5 o'clock. If it's 5:05, so be it. But I really want 5 o'clock to be the latest that we sit for all sorts of reasons. Not least, we're all staring at our screens all day and probably have other things to do after 5 o'clock as well. So this is not an inquiry where I want to go on at all beyond 5 o'clock. Some days it might be possible to finish a little bit earlier, and if so, that would be good. In terms of timings, I propose we also start tomorrow and on subsequent days at 9:30 in the morning, if everybody's happy with that. Okay, I'm assuming so. So that would be good. And then moving on to the site visit, last Thursday, I travelled to the site to have a look round from public vantage point. So I've had sort of a good sort of half a day walking around the footpaths, the 2 or 3 footpaths in the area, as well as surrounding roads, looking at various heritage assets as much as I can see from public vantage points. So I've already seen the site in some pretty good detail. I could see a lot from public vantage points, but I do still wish to make a sort of, if you like, formal site visit as part of the inquiry or following the close of the inquiry after I've heard all the representations. It probably will still be useful to do that after I've heard the evidence. As it stands at the moment, because I'm in Bristol, and even if we finish sort of on Thursday, it's unlikely that I'm going to get to the site on Friday, as I would do normally if we were in Margate doing it. So I really don't think it's going to be possible for various reasons for me to do the site visit on Friday. So I propose that I would do the accompanied site visit next week at some point. And the day from my programme I'd much rather to do it on is Tuesday. But obviously, for an accompanied site visit, I would need to be accompanied by, the main parties, or at very least the council and the appellant. I don't, particularly with Omicron still around, I don't propose it to be one of those site visits where I'm followed by 20 or 30 local residents. It doesn't really necessarily help or add anything. But if the residents or Mr. Dickman want a particular person to come to the site visit as well, then obviously you would be most welcome. I mean, I'm not proposing that we continue the discussion of the inquiry at the site visit. and it will be purely for people to point out relevant things to me. And to help that, and I think Mr. Dickman's already kicked this off with a helpful note suggesting various vantage points that I go to, it would be good if the three main parties could agree a list of the things that they think I should see and vantage points that I should see things from, and also helpful if you do a route. And I think, Mr. Dickman, you've already sort of set the ball in motion with that, which I'm very, very grateful for. But if that can be obviously circulated with the council and the appellant, and then you can agree a sort of, you know, a site visit programme for me, and also a suitable day for it to be done. So Tuesday would be my preference, but, you know, I'm aware that other parties might not be available, etc. So that's something we need to give a little bit of consideration to. And at the end of the inquiry, we'll come back to that to discuss the actual day. But if between you, the parties, you could discuss those matters and then come back to me at the appropriate time in the inquiry, that would be useful. Any comments on that at this point? Mr. Sir Roger Gale, you've got your hand up, I think.
In the light of what you've just said, sir, can I give my apologies now for Tuesday? I shall not be able to be present for the site visit because I shall be in London at the House. But a quick technical question. Are we using the same link every day this week, or is there a fresh link for each day, please?
Yes, good question. As I understand it, it's the same link, unless somebody's going to tell me differently. Mr. Livingstone, is that the case?
Yes, it is the case. It is exactly the same link every single day.
Good. That's yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, where are we? Sorry, we're coming to the end of my opening points, which you'll all be pleased to hear, I think. Okay, we've done costs. I should also say that I have the power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any applications have been made by the parties. And if I were to do so, that would follow a written process with the relevant party after the appeal is issued. The main issues, the acceptability of the provision for affordable housing provided as part of the scheme, taking account of viability. And secondly, the effect of the proposed development on the provision, the effect of the proposed development upon the integrity of the Thames Coast and Sandwich Bay Special Protection Area. And as I've said previously, there are other issues raised by residents which the council hasn't raised in its objections, and obviously several of those are covered in the timetable that I've got. There are also some matters such as landscape, agricultural land, and one or two other things which have been made clearly in writing, and the appellant has provided position papers on those. So I don't intend, I'm satisfied as those matters can be dealt with through writing. Well, obviously, if any resident wants to, or interested party wants to raise such matters later on today, they can do so, and the appellant will have a chance to respond through its planning witness. And just because those two matters I read out are the only main issues, that wouldn't necessarily prevent another matter becoming a main issue in my decision. So I'm here to listen to what everybody has to say and the evidence that is going to be provided to me. One of the council's reasons for refusal related to the lack of appropriate planning obligations. I've not put that down as a reason for refusal because the council has indicated it will not be objecting to that based upon a satisfactory 106 agreement or 106 undertaking. That's obviously been discussed and that appears to be in motion, but obviously we'll return to that when we consider planning obligations later in the inquiry. Good, okay. Those are the end of my opening remarks. Has anybody got any comments on all those procedural matters that have been raised so far, or anything else in terms of procedure or program or technology, whatever it might be?
So may I just raise one question? In terms of submitting documents, for example, my opening speech, my friend's opening speech, is it best just to email those to Holly Dutton?
Yeah. Yes, please. Absolutely. And obviously I don't know who the contact of the council is, but the relevant email at the council, so those could be put on the core documents list as well. But from my point of view, yes, please send anything to Holly Dutton. I mean, the situation is, it's quite helpful with the virtual working. She is sitting also actually at home, I suspect, but anything that can be sent to her can usually be sent to me sort of fairly fairly quickly, touch wood, so that is helpful. Right, any more points before we get on to the next stage of the proceedings? No. Okay. Looking at the time, actually, it's 20 past 11. I've been going on for an hour and 20 minutes. Apologies for the opening remarks went on for a while, but there are obviously quite a few important things to raise. What I suggest now is that we have a short break, because I could do with a drink of water, etc. So if we have a break for 15 minutes, and if we come back at 11:35, and then we'll continue with the main party's opening statements, and those will be in the order of firstly the appellant, secondly the council, and thirdly the Rule 6 party. And then following that, we will do as many interested parties as we possibly can before breaking for lunch at 1 o'clock. So what I would say is that anybody who isn't going to be around after lunch and for whatever reason and wants to make their submissions before lunch, then just let me know after we've done the opening submissions so I can make sure that everybody is heard. Okay, is that okay for everybody? Okay, I will adjourn this inquiry for, 14 minutes now. We'll return at 11:35. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, is that Rob? Rob? Yeah. It's Dave.
Right, it's 11:35 and time to resume the inquiry. We're moving on to the opening statements. Just before we get to these, after these, as I said before the break, we'll do submissions from other interested parties, and I expect the opening statements to take, let's see, around about 45 minutes. So this will take us to about 25 past 12. So we'll have half an hour or so for interested parties. What I suggest is going through the interested parties in the order that they were introduced earlier on. So starting from Westgate and Garland's Action Group continued. I don't know if Councillor Boyd is here, but I believe that their availability was from 12:30 till 2 o'clock and then from 4 o'clock till 5 o'clock. So I'll need to make sure that that is slotted in at the appropriate time. But if everyone's happy with that, then I will say no more. Okay. Okay, thank you. So item 2 is the opening statements, and I will start with the appellant. So Mr. Williams, please.
Thank you, sir. I have sent a written copy through to Holly Dutton. I don't know whether that has reached you, and my learned friend as well. Thank you, sir.
It just has, yes, thank you.
So you identified the main issues in dispute at the case management conference as being, firstly, the acceptability of the provision for affordable housing provided as part of the scheme, taking into account viability matters, and secondly, the effect of the proposed development on the integrity of the Thanet Coast and Sandwich Bay SPA, and you noted that the inquiry would necessarily also look at the benefits arising from the development. It's inevitably the case that the evidence to the inquiry focuses on the issues in dispute between the parties, which in this case are very narrow. However, the planning balance is to be struck by reference to the scheme as a whole, its assessment against the development plan read as a whole, and the presumption in favour of sustainable development in circumstances where the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply or meet the requirements of the housing delivery test. And I've put in the footnote the statement of common ground reference, which provides the position in respect of those two matters. As such, it's of importance that the appeal proposal delivers up to 450 units, of which 15% or 68 are affordable on an allocated site in the 2020 Thanet local plan. Subject to the proposed conditions and planning obligations, the council doesn't identify any breach of an adopted policy within the plan, and this is straightforwardly a case that falls within paragraph 11C of the framework, where development accords with the development plan and permission should be granted without delay. Turning to the first issue, and that of affordable housing, there are, I suggest, 3 important points to note at the outset. Firstly, the appellant worked openly and cooperatively with the council to agree the highest percentage of affordable housing provision that the site could support, given its site-specific constraints and its strategic role in delivering and paying for the on-site highways infrastructure of the link road. The council's planning policy department consultation response recognised that the inner relief road was the priority provision for this allocated site. Therefore, the proposals put forward and recommended for approval twice by the planning department of the council reflect the most appropriate development of the allocated appeal site in line with policies of the adopted local plan. Secondly, the only outstanding objection raised by the council to the appeal scheme relates to the amount of affordable housing. The council instructed independent consultants, that's both specialist viability surveyors and also quantity surveyors, to verify the approach taken to viability taken by JLL and Mr. Couldry. This was an iterative process which led to total agreement between the appellant and council officers and their independent advisors. Officers endorsed the appellant's appraisal and offer on 3 separate occasions, and eventually members were advised that following yet further review, there were no reasonable limits of deviation from the assumed inputs which would increase the viability of the scheme. And yet, in the absence of any further evidence to support refusal, members refused permission on very limited grounds relating to the percentage of affordable housing. The appellant understands, this is being confirmed, that the council isn't intending to call any evidence from viability surveyors or quantity surveyors. The advice of Dixon, Searle and council officers that the affordable housing offer is appropriate therefore stands. Equally, the council provides no alternative viability appraisal of the appeal scheme. Thirdly, the appellant has at all times indicated its willingness to include a review mechanism within the obligation, so that if viability materially improves due to market circumstances, then an additional contribution will be made. It follows that the council has the security that if the market improves, then additional affordable housing within the district will be provided. Given the need for affordable housing, the provision of 68 units is a very significant benefit. If additional units can be provided, then that is an additional benefit. As to the up-to-date position, the appellant relies on the evidence of Mr. Couldry. The inputs and assumptions are consistent with those approved by the council officers and their advisors. There's no suggestion from Dixon, Searle or ERMC, that's the cost consultants, that those matters of approach have somehow become unsuitable. An update on the agreed basis shows that the scheme remains unable to support more than 15% affordable housing. It's a fundamental principle of planning law that the decision maker can only determine the application before him. The council puts forward no case that it is necessary to consider alternative developments, and no alternative scheme is put forward. When the appeal proposals are assessed against the development plan, it is clear that they are entirely policy compliant. It's well established that the development plan is to be read as a whole, and that the relevant development control tests are those set by the adopted policies themselves, and I refer to the Cherkley Court case. The council does not identify any breach of an adopted policy of the development plan. The strategic objectives of the plan, including strategic priority 3, are met and not contravened by the provision of homes, including affordable homes, on an allocated site. What matters is that they are delivered, which this scheme enables. Also, the review mechanism is proposed so that additional affordable housing may be provided in the event that the viability position improves before commencement of the individual phases. On the SPA second issue, the planning application was accompanied by an environmental statement with detailed ecological information and a shadow habitats regulation assessment. Updated environmental information has also been provided, as explained in the proof of evidence of Ms. Carswell. The position in respect of the SPA is common ground with the council. See the ecology statement of common ground. In particular, it's confirmed that in response to the shadow habitat regulations assessment, the council, as then competent authority under the habitat regulations, undertook an appropriate assessment and concluded that, subject to the secured mitigation, the project will have no adverse recreational effects on the integrity of Thanet Coast and Sandwich Bay SPA, either alone or in combination with other plans or projects. Natural England have also been consulted and raised no objection, and the footnote refers to their most recent letter of yesterday in that regard. Kent County Council also raised no objection. It is an agreed position that, subject to the secured mitigation, no adverse effect will occur on the integrity of the protected sites in proximity to the appeal site, either alone or in combination with projects or plans. And it's further agreed that the proposed development and level of contributions made will be in accordance with local plan policy SP29, and so entirely policy compliant. As to other material considerations, there are a number of other considerations referred to in the third-party representations and in the statement of case of SWRA. These are now largely addressed in the range of statements of common ground relating to heritage, ecology, flood risk, and in the main planning statement of common ground. Proofs of evidence have been prepared by Ms. Caldwell, and I set out her qualifications, and Matthew Travis equally, relating to ecology, flood risk, and drainage. And these witnesses will address any outstanding concerns through the roundtable sessions. However, the outcome is that the technical issues have been properly assessed and addressed, and that the conclusion of the assessments is that the appeal scheme will mitigate its impacts and will generate a net gain in terms of biodiversity and flood risk. There is also a statement of common ground on heritage considerations and a position statement prepared by Ms. Meera. In summary, following a comprehensive review of potential effects on designated and non-designated heritage assets, it's agreed that the impacts are either non-existent or negligible, other than in relation to the Grade 2 listed Shottendane farmhouse, where there's a very low level of harm towards the lower end of the less than substantial harm spectrum. It's agreed with the council that the public benefits arising from the scheme outweigh the harm to designated heritage assets, so that the development meets the requirements of paragraph 202 of the framework. Turning to the planning balance then, the appellant submits that the appeal proposals accord entirely with the development plan, and so should be permitted without delay, applying the presumption under section 38(6) of the 2004 Act and paragraph 11C of the framework, and there is no identified breach of development plan policy. However, due to the council's inability to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply and also the performance against the housing delivery test, the appeal must be determined applying the tilted balance. That is, that the council must show that the harm caused by permitting the development demonstrably and significantly outweighs the benefits. The benefits of the appeal proposals are substantial. These are set out in Mr. Ball's proof of evidence at paragraph 7.1, and the benefits reflect the pressing need for housing and affordable housing in the district. However, the benefits are also reflected in the adopted local plan. The appeal site is allocated because of its importance in delivering housing and highways infrastructure. The benefits are very significant to the local housing need, the affordable housing need, the need for infrastructure and community facilities. There is, we suggest, no harm to be weighed against this. The council's case is based on a will-o'-the-wisp. The alleged harm is unidentifiable. There is a pressing need for market and affordable housing, and the appeal proposals deliver both on an allocated site alongside very significant highway infrastructure works. There is no harm, only benefit. The quantity of affordable housing has been the subject of very detailed consideration and verified by the council and its advisors. There is a review mechanism in the planning obligation. In reality, the only harm would be caused by refusal of permission, thereby undermining the council's strategy for meeting market and affordable housing needs in the district. As a result, it's respectfully submitted that planning permission should be granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Now, turning to the council, Mr. Upton, before you start, have I got a written copy of your submissions, a Word copy? It's not essential if you've not.
There should be, unfortunately, I suppose I'm relying on the speed of the internet. So it's only recently just would have been sent off. And obviously for you, it's coming via Holly Dutton. So
I've received it. The email has gone.
So I'm glad to know it's got to one part of the link.
I've got some emails from Holly, but not.
It would be most recent, but I agree she may not be waiting to press the forward button.
Let's just let me just open this email. No. Although she sent through Mr. Williams twice, I wonder. Okay, it's not essential. She'll have it and she'll send it through to me. So I'm happy to obviously I'll have it on record anyway. So, but I'm happy to listen without the aid of a separate document. So that's.
So, as you say, it will be available as a written document shortly, as indeed was the appellant's opening comments. So on behalf of the local planning authority, I did want to say some fairly brief points, and obviously I'm aware that we, as you say, take a more limited approach than others who've objected to this scheme. But as I say, this appeal concerns the development of one of the new strategic housing sites identified in the Thanet local plan. And although this is an allocated site for up to 550 dwellings, the proposal to be determined by this inquiry proposes less than that. And the appeal is regarding, as has been mentioned, the erection of up to 450 residential dwellings, including marketed affordable housing, structural planting and landscaping, formal, informal, public open space, and as is set out in the description. As those who follow the debate will know, this has been a controversial application locally. It was considered by the planning committee several times, and there has been deep concern that one of the major strategic sites was not delivering what it should be. There are three reasons for refusal, dealing, just in brief terms, with the inadequate provision of affordable housing as part of the dwelling mix, which would not meet the identified need for affordable housing in the district, the absence of a legal agreement to secure the delivery of the necessary infrastructure required to support the development, and finally the absence of mitigation against the likely impact on the protected habitats on the Thanet coast. And I'll come back to those points again. But as you've mentioned, there are other matters that have been raised in the objections, and these still remain, of course, for you to determine, and those concern matters such as flood risk, implications and drainage, the effect upon other biodiversity and wildlife issues separately from European protected habitats, the effect upon the character and appearance of the area, transport and traffic impacts, and the loss of agricultural land. Now, the council, just to be clear, was itself satisfied that these could not form a reason for refusing this application. And these matters have been made the subject of the statements of common ground, either in the general one or in other topic-specific ones. And copies of all those documents are available on the council's website. And these draw as documents on the material that was submitted as part of the planning application and the environmental impact statement and further supporting information. It's also worth noting at the outset that about the status of the development plan policies. The policies in the recently adopted plan are not, quote unquote, out of date in the ordinary sense of the language and still carry very considerable weight in those terms. But the council is in the regrettable position under the terms of national policy. The development plan policy that are most relevant to determining this appeal are, quote unquote, out of date, despite having been recently adopted because of the effect of the national planning policy framework. And that's because the council cannot meet the national housing delivery test, and it cannot currently show a 5-year supply of deliverable housing land. And that therefore engages what's called the tilted balance in paragraph 11D of the national planning policy framework, where the balance is tilted in favour of granting planning permission. Of course, as regards the extent of any shortfall, that still remains relevant, but we would say you have the most recent data in the AMR, the annual monitoring report of 2020, on the 5-year supply position. And that shows if we were using a 5% buffer as often the normal position, there would be a 4.96 years supply, so only just below the 5 years. And as indeed we have to do if you're using the 20% buffer, then the figure is 4.34 years, or if the appellant's figures were to be used, 4.23 years supply, again with this consideration of a 20% buffer. But we do say ultimately the extent of the housing shortfall is not significant, and a housing action plan is in place as required to deal with that. So can I then deal with those three reasons for refusal? And firstly, I suppose the second and third ones can be briefly dealt with. We do anticipate, at least by the close of the inquiry, that the second and third reasons can be satisfied by the terms of the planning obligations. And these reasons for refusal were expressed in a conditional way. The second one basically being the applicant has failed to enter into a legal agreement to secure the delivery of the necessary planning obligations. And thirdly, the third reason, the absence of securing acceptable form of mitigation, the proposed development would result in increased pressures on the SPA. So, as I say, one needs to look to the terms of the planning obligations. They have progressed from the heads of terms to a more complex mix of a planning obligation and unilateral undertaking. There is the supporting evidence and policy considerations for the conclusion that they can be met, set out in what we've called the SIL compliance statement. And that is also supported by written representations made by Kent County Council on the infrastructure provisions that are relevant to them, especially on highway matters. So hopefully that body of information and indeed the legal agreement will mean that the second reason for refusal is satisfied. As regards the third reason, the residential development on this site could give rise to additional recreational pressure of the protected site known as the Thanet Coast and Sandwich Bay Special Protection Area and Ramsar site. There is an acceptable form of mitigation identified in the local plan regarding what's called a strategic access management and monitoring plan, which has been produced in consultation with Natural England. And any mitigation needs to be supported by a full analysis of the likely impacts, and that's been recently confirmed in a court case from which Thanet was itself concerned in July of this year. And the reference there is the application of GE against Thanet District Council and Kentish Projects Limited. And I hope so. You do have a copy of that. I think it was sent through earlier, but if needs be, a further one could be provided. But the point is that it was therefore necessary to review what was in the shadow habitat regulation assessment. There is now a more recent version, which we say has addressed the issues properly. And we've had the recent response from Natural England in their letters, and those are the letters of the 10th of January, which confirm that that is the case. So again, anticipation the third reason has been satisfied, and you'll be able to reach that conclusion. So can I turn to the first reason for refusal, truly contentious, and concerns the percentage of affordable housing to be provided. The applicant at first suggested 10% and has now offered 15%. The appeal site is a strategic housing allocation in the adopted Thanet local plan that should make an important contribution to meeting local needs housing in the district. And 75% of the district's housing provision, new provision, is going to come from its strategic sites, even though they require significant new infrastructure to come forward. And Thanet itself is a district with a significant shortfall in affordable housing. Indeed, the full application of 30% policy requirement would itself still lead to a shortfall on the identified need in the district, as the local plan inspector's report accepted, and obviously explained why it is therefore at 30%. But it does remain important to make full use of sites such as this one at Shottendane. And we're going to hear evidence from Mr. Vic Hester, who is a VLA Associates, an independent planning consultancy, on the viability evidence that is available and the significance of that work in making a decision on the planning merits. As national policy and the planning guidance state, the weight to be given to a viability assessment is a matter for the decision maker and in regard to all the circumstances in the case. Now, in this case, we are asked to consider the viability on an outline planning permission. Much of the typology of the housing remains to be determined at the reserved matters stage. Changes at that stage could affect the viability position. And as our consultants noted, the size of the scheme means that the viability outcome is very sensitive to relatively small changes in the assumptions used in the assessment. And a successful proposal should provide an appropriate mix of sizes and types of home. Now, broadly, we are not, from the Council's point of view, challenging the viability output set out in the submitted financial viability assessment. I say broadly because there is an issue about how one updates those figures to reflect the current position, because obviously you're looking at it in January 2022, whereas the figures were last looked at in June. However, even for not assessing and questioning the outputs, we have been presented, we say, with a financial viability assessment that assesses only one version of the development that would be permitted by the parameters of this permission, and it does not even make full use of them. It also assesses a version that is not policy compliant. So whilst there is a financial viability assessment as part of the application, it has several shortcomings in terms of what it can be said to prove. There is an element of being shortchanged. It's not just that the heavy lifting in terms of the infrastructure required by the allocation policy is now being done by 450 houses and not 550. And the assessment is actually only as good as assumptions on which it is based. And the work of our viability consultants that are appended to Ms. Hester's proof put some numbers to this point about the potential movements in viability if you start adjusting those assumptions in the scheme. And we do say that that limits the weight that can be attached to the viability evidence. I would note that the third party, the Residents Association, have submitted, of course, their own viability evidence. We now know it's in writing, which does question the numbers in the viability assessment. And if that's right, it would mean that even less weight can be attached to it. Now, ultimately here, the dispute is not whether or not this site is capable of being developed for housing, but about an important part of how this greenfield site is to be developed. It has been identified as a strategic site on the basis that it can be used to deliver significant affordable and market housing. Whilst this scheme is not the only way of developing this site, the particular version that we have from the appellant would deliver planning benefits in terms of providing new housing. It would help deliver a key piece of highway infrastructure as envisaged by the allocation. But what is proposed falls short on affordable housing. And as the reason for refusal itself states, the proposed development by virtue of the proposed level of affordable housing would not meet the identified need for affordable housing in the district, thereby not providing the required homes to create a balanced and mixed community. This harm is considered to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the development and therefore would not constitute sustainable development. As I say, that's all I needed to cover, sir, in opening. And I hope by now you may have a written copy of that.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. I have just got one through, but it's from the Rule 6 and not yours. I don't know. I suspect what's happened is that Holly has sent through Mr. Williams twice. But don't worry, I'll chase it up. You've sent it. Mr. Williams has got it, so I'm sure it's out there. So yeah, I'll make sure I get that. And if for some reason she hasn't got it, I'll make sure that we go back to you to make sure we get that copy. I have, though, just got a written version of the Rule 6 parties statement of case. So thank you, Mr. Dickman, for sending that through. Have you also sent that through to the two of the main parties as well? Can I check?
I believe we have done. Mr. Hand sent the information through. They should have it.
Right. Okay. Mr.
If that's not the case, I will be talking to Mr. Hand directly after this meeting, and I'll be happy to get him to do so. But certainly sent it to yourself.
Right. Okay. Mr. Upton and Mr. Williams, have you received a copy of the?
Not yet, sir, but there's no reason to delay on that ground. Thank you.
I have now. Sorry, this is like bombardment by emails. I have just received Mr. Upton, so I have got that now. So I've got all three copies of the opening statements. So that is good news. I think, yeah, obviously it'll come through to Mr. Williams and Mr. Upton in due course, the one from the Rule 6. But Mr. Dickman, if you want to proceed with your opening statement now, please.
Thank you, sir. This statement provides an update on three key matters that were highlighted in the Rule 6 parties statement of case, submitted November 2021, and the position statement issued December 2021. As you're aware, these statements focused on three key matters: affordable housing viability, loss of biodiversity without mitigation, and flood risk, which I will summarise. Thanet is the most deprived district in Kent and nationally is ranked 30th most deprived local authority out of 317. as measured by the Office for National Statistics Index of Multiple Deprivation 2019 rank average of score. The high demand of affordable accommodation locally reflects a socio-economic profile. SWARA supports the council's refusal on the grounds that the proposed level of affordable housing would not meet identified need, and firmly believe that a higher proportion is both required and feasible. The appeal scheme has had to make certain assumptions to the financial viability assessment about the housing numbers, mix, tenures, types and sizes to justify why the requirement for 30% affordable housing on the site is not viable and cannot be delivered. As a result, SWARA commissioned an independent specialist, Pathfinder Development Consultants, to review the original FVA, dated June 2020. In his appeal, the consultant, Mr. All, sought to identify assumptions which would give concern, to explain why, and to consider implications that flow from it. This includes, most importantly, the impact on the total quantum of affordable housing that may result from the application of more appropriate assumptions. The total financial implications of these altered assumptions are significant, with the improved financial position potentially leading to a scheme of circa 27% affordable housing being viable. Total of 122 affordable homes, 80% affordable rent, 20% shared ownership. The exercise carried out by Mr. Walls clearly illustrates the fluidity of FVAs and the importance of realistic assumptions. The ability for manoeuvre and revision is evidenced by JLL in their letter dated 7th of June 2021, providing updated scenarios which resulted in an increase in the affordable housing provision from 10% to 15%. TDC's proof of evidence underlines this matter, concluding in para 6.6 that the FVA does not adequately demonstrate that for such an important site, there are other assumptions that can be used or inputted into the FVA that are likely to lead to a higher proportion of affordable homes on the site than the 15% offered. SWARA agrees that logically, the starting position should be to propose a policy compliant scheme and then to assess the viability instead. The appellant has submitted a non-compliant scheme and has sought to justify from the outset that this scheme is not viable enough to deliver the policy requirement for 30% affordable housing. SWARA fully supports the robust conclusions of TDC's proof of evidence on this issue, and thereby consider no further need to add to Mr. Hall's proof of evidence. In this respect, he emphasises the key point that his FVA assumptions are regularly agreed by the parties in viability assessment negotiations. Therefore, with this uppermost in mind, and to avoid using up inquiry time examining the contrasting views of the viability of each of the highlighted assumptions, SWARA will not be calling upon Mr. Alst to provide further evidence. The Rule 6 party believes the exercise to have been worthwhile in demonstrating a fundamental point about the impact that challenging and revising certain assumptions can make on viability calculations. Loss of biodiversity without mitigation. Firstly, breeding birds. A key ongoing concern has been the absence of an adequate survey of breeding birds on the appeal site. Repeated requests to see the survey were rebuffed, leading residents to believe that it remained an outstanding requirement. The lack of such a survey was referred to and discussed at all three planning committee meetings dealing with the application. As a result, SWARA commissioned its own survey on the site to fill the gap. Had requests for the breeding bird survey report been met, this would not have been required. The appellant's ecological proof of evidence produced by CSA December 2021 indicates in para 4.2 that a breeding bird survey report has been produced and that the survey was conducted between April and June 2020. However, this has only been reported in the last month, with no indication why it was not made available earlier. It therefore seems unclear whether Natural England, TDC, or the County Council had actually seen the breeding bird information until the report recently materialised. The delayed report indicates the importance of the site for breeding birds, with 26 species identified, including the presence of several red-listed species, such as corn bunting, skylark, and grey partridge. Para 614 of the CSA proves states that mitigation measures have been proposed to address likely significant effects on farmland birds species within the breeding bird survey report, CSA/4430/22/B, CD8.03. This includes the creation of a bird mitigation area of 108 hectares by identifying the proposed archaeological exclusion zone for this purpose. As well as questioning the suitability of such a small area, 1/20th of the current site, it is considered completely unsuitable location for breeding farmland birds due to its proximity to Manston Road, the Waste Recycling Centre and the footpath TM14. Fencing off this area will not compensate for loss of open field habitat. Skylarks avoid vertical structures, as do many farmland birds, and partridge are unlikely to fly into a relatively restricted fenced area. Proposed planting of new hedgerows will take a while to mature, by which time is a distinct possibility that the birds will have gone. Therefore, SWARA questioned whether the proposed single hectare bird mitigation area is either suitable or sufficient, and whether off-site provision would be more meaningful. SWARA welcomes all the additional mitigation measures listed in para 6.15, provisions of small bricks, house martin cuts, etc., and supports the requirement being secured by an appropriate planning condition, but questions whether this is sufficient because of the cumulative effect on the wildlife from inter alia, more people, cats, and most important, proximity to existing proposed roads. Bats. SWARA commissioned an independent review to determine the adequacy of the submitted ecological assessment for bats. The resulting report highlighted issues relating to the environmental assessment and statement provided by Wardle Armstrong, including a lack of initial field surveys, shortfalls in reporting, failure to adequately consider the wider effects on the landscape, and implementation of effective mitigation strategies. These issues are addressed at length in the CSA proof, paras 617 and to 6.57. The author of the Soiree Commission report has been unable to consider fully the comments and prepare a response in the limited time available. However, a key point is that the appellant's expert relies on the assumptions that the site is considered to be low quality, para 6.19, and an isolated habitat, both of which are questionable. Flood risk. SWARA's main concern on this matter is that the proposals have not taken significant account of the presence of an historic watercourse, Tivoli Brook, that flows in an underground culvert from Tivoli Wood and on into Margate Sands. The planning application states that the site is not within 20 metres of a watercourse. However, Tivoli Brook is located downhill from the appeals site's lower field and close enough to be of significance, particularly given the history of service water flooding in the area. The appellant's proof of evidence on the matter refers to a letter from Kent County Council as the lead local flood authority with respect to Tivoli Brook, dated 19th of November 2021. This states inter alia that from our previous investigations, we are not aware of any connectivity between the development proposed and the coveted watercourse. SWARA has now seen this recent letter from KCC. Although this provides a stronger response to ongoing concerns than from any previous request for information, there is conflicted evidence from the bathing water profiles monitored and published by DEFRA, Environmental Agency. It is stated therein that the Margate Main Bay, the natural drainage hydrologically catchments surrounding the bathing water is approximately 1,650 hectares. This includes the catchment of Tivoli Brook, an underground stream that drains most of the local urban area. The Tivoli Brook emerges through an outfall onto the beach. The wider surrounding area is predominantly rural, arable. The accompanying map on the website clearly indicates that the whole of the appeal site lies within the surface water catchment that discharges onto Margate main sands. In addition, Tivoli Brook and its disputed ownership are discussed in the Margate Surface Water Management Plan 2014, which noted the dispute as both parties, Southern Water and Thanet District Council, were partners on the project. KCC are not discussed formally since the 2014. KCC are not aware that any formal discussion have taken place. It would appear, therefore, that ownership and responsibility for the watercourse has not been resolved. A suggested planning condition to address this issue has been submitted by SWARA. In conclusion, the site was a late addition to the local plan as an allocated strategic housing site. Fundamentally, its suitability is questionable, given the significant constraints posed by topography, hydrology, geology, and archaeology on the development. The complex nature of this site impacts directly on layout and financial viability. This results in an unexpectedly low level of affordable housing, which fails to accord with the local plan policy. There appears to be inflated assumptions in the FVA that impact on viability and thereby the level of affordable housing. Alternative regulatory agreed assumptions could provide significant cost savings that would allow considerable room for manoeuvre. The potential adverse effect impact on the proposal of biodiversity is substantial, notably in relation to breeding birds and bat species, and the proposed mitigation measures appear inadequate to compensate for this. The increased risk from surface water flooding posed by this development and other large-scale housing sites on adjacent land remains a major concern. The role of Tivoli Brooks in a drainage area, together with the question of its ownership, is not adequately addressed. For these reasons, and in consideration of the planning balance, SWARA affirms its conclusion that the appeal should be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to say that Sarah Bowers of Westgate and Garland Action Group has also joined the meeting to help me if I need help with answering questions, if that's okay.
Good. Okay. Not quite ready yet for you to go on, okay, but in a few moments. But okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for the free opening statements there from the three main parties. That's all very helpful. Councillor Tomlinson, do you mind if you turn your camera off, unless you're, sorry, I was going to mention it before, but I forgot. But if we can try and stick to the people who are involved in the conversation at any one time can have their cameras on, and then everyone else can have their cameras off until they wish to speak. Thank you. So we can now move on to the other submissions from interested parties. And as I said before, we'll go on the list that they were introduced. So, Mrs. Brown, approximately how long do you consider yours will take? I should ask you. I think you're on mute.
Sorry. Sorry, sir. Well, not terribly long. It's a summary, so it won't take a huge amount of time. Thank you.
Okay, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a summary and update of the written representation submitted last November by the Westgate and Garland Action Group in relation to the appeal site. That submission highlighted several aspects of the proposed development that were of prime concern for local residents in relation to landscape character, loss of productive farmland, inadequate bird and bat surveys, surface water flooding, sewage pollution, traffic generation, and the inadequate nature of GP services, local GP services. I'd like to summarise some of these main concerns for the inquiry. Landscape and loss of farmland. The appeal site is located in the local character area, undulating chalk farmland. This is described in the Thanet local plan as an area of high quality agricultural land of value for farmland and roosting coastal birds. The openness and undeveloped character of the farmland contributes to the essentially rural character and relatively dark skies. Thanet's heritage is based on hundreds of years of continuous farming, which is the fabric of the landscape. Vital for food production and home to increasingly rare farmland birds such as skylarks, corn buntings and lapwings. The proposed development should not be viewed in isolation, as it is closely connected to other proposed developments at Birchington and Westgate and Garlinge, 1,650 and 2,000 houses respectively. Via the planned inner circuit ring road, another 1,700 houses are planned southeast of the appeal site, 250 approved at Sampston Grange, and a further 1,450 scheduled for strategic site SP18 at Westwood. All these developments are in the same landscape character area and combined will lead to a loss of 30 to 40% of productive farmland, thereby detrimentally affecting working farms. All of this is on land owned by a very small number of farmers whose businesses will be adversely impacted. If farms become unviable, this landscape and its functionality will change forever, affecting landscape character, local distinctiveness, habitats, biodiversity and water environment. The proposed development will also remove the last patch of dark skies in the area, currently vital for protected species including bats and owls. This is all contrary to Strategic Priority 4 and Policy SP26 of the Thanet Local Plan, which aim to safeguard local distinctiveness and promote the protection and enhancement of Thanet's environment, including the landscape and the biodiversity. In addition, we consider the Thanet Local Plan Policy SP30, which specifically states that developers are required to mitigate against the loss of farmland bird habitats, is also contravened, because the proposed on-site mitigation area is neither functionally suitable nor sufficient. Flooding, surface water drainage. The lower field of the appeal site regularly holds water during heavy rain and consequently a sustainable urban drainage system is proposed as part of the development. However, our main concern is that the proposals have not taken significant account of the presence of an historic watercourse called Tivoli Brook. In June 2021, residents were strongly reminded of the threat from surface water flooding because heavy rain caused stormwater to flood along Shottendane Road as if it were a river. This water followed its historic route along Shottendane Valley, Tivoli Brook and out onto Margate Main Sands. Development on the lower field could result in contaminants from those houses, gardens, driveways and additional roads ending up in Tivoli Brook. The whole of the appeal site lies within the surface water catchment area that discharges on Margate Main Sands. The Department of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs bathing water profile for Margate Main Bay states it has a natural drainage catchment of approximately 1,650 hectares. This includes the catchment of the Tivoli Brook, an underground stream that drains most of the local urban area. Tivoli Brook emerges through an outfall onto the beach. The wider surrounding area is predominantly rural, arable. The potential for flooding and contamination of Margate Main Sands by Tivoli Brook was raised and discussed by the Thanet District Council Planning Committee at 3 meetings, but Thanet District Council and the appellant continue to dismiss this possibility. Sewerage infrastructure. Southern Water regularly pour treated and untreated sewage into the sea all around the Thanet coast during periods of persistent, heavy or even moderate rainfall. Issues with pumping stations not functioning properly in such conditions are well documented. Both Thanet MPs recognise the seriousness of this issue for public health, tourism and the environment, and have both called for a moratorium on house building in this area because the sewerage system clearly cannot cope. Adding more houses onto an already failing system, this will only worsen the situation. Traffic generation and climate change. Like many other local authorities, Thanet District Council have publicly recognised the climate and biodiversity emergency and issued a declaration to that effect. Use of fossil fuels, particularly by transport, is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. And climate change. Instead of building more roads, we should be investing in schemes that encourage active travel and the provision of better and more reliable public transport, in line with the local plan policy SP45 transport infrastructure. The proposed development is completely car dependent. There is no bus route along any of the 3 main roads that serve the site, Shottendane Road, Manston Road, nor Hartstown Road. The nearest bus stop on Helena Avenue, not Beatrice Road, as stated by the applicant, is cited to be 850 metres away, but it is more likely 0.8 miles and a 15-minute walk from the centre of the site. The applicant also states that the railway station is 1.5 kilometres away, but again it is further, closer to 1.5 miles or a 25 to 30-minute walk. The development proposals include a new distributor link road through the site and associated junction roundabouts as part of Kent County Council's Thanet Transport Strategy. This is aimed at relieving traffic congestion at the Coffin House roundabout. However, embedding car use so centrally in this development will only add more vehicles to the local road infrastructure, some 260 movements during peak hour. This is contrary to policies SP43 and SP44 of the Thanet Local Plan, which aim to promote safe and sustainable transport for accessible locations. Pressure on GP services. Residents in Sampston Ward are assigned to the Lyme surgery in Central Margate, which has approximately 6,000 patients per GP, compared to the national average of 2,000. The GP provision at the Lyme surgery clearly cannot support another 1,680 residents, based on 2.4 people per dwelling for the 450 houses proposed, in addition to the 250 houses at Sampston Grange, which have already been granted outline planning permission. In conclusion, we support Thanet District Council's refusal of the proposed development and firmly believe that the appeal should be dismissed. However, the reasons for refusal are not considered to be sufficiently comprehensive because they do not reflect the wider ranges of issues associated with the application, several aspects of which are contrary to local plan policies. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. That's very helpful. Can I just ask that several of the matters you raised will be subject to our sort of later discussions. Will you be joining those discussions as well?
I'm not sure whether I'll be able to or not, actually. I will if I can.
Okay, because as we discussed before, some of the points will be sort of responded to by the appellant in those as well. So obviously, if you are able to attend those discussions, that might be helpful.
Yes, I will. I will my best. Yeah. Sorry, Sarah's just raised her hand. Sarah Bowers,
Hi, I've just joined to support Jackie. I'm a resident and also a member of the Westgate and Garlinge Action Group. I just wanted to say that if you would like somebody to be present in those discussions, I'm sure we can arrange. If necessary, I can join and perhaps Jackie can join too.
Okay, I mean, it's purely up to you, but obviously, you know, I'm here to sort of hear from interested parties and everybody, as well as the appellant and the council and the Rule 6. So, you know, if you're able to, then I'm sure that could be helpful. It's just that several of the matters you raised will be subject to more detailed discussion in those. So that certainly could be helpful. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Williams, have you got any questions you would like to ask?
No, thank you very much, sir. As we discussed earlier, I think the most efficient way of dealing with these points, of which I've got a careful note, obviously, is through the appellant's witnesses in due course. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mrs. Brown. Thank you, Mrs. Bowes. That's helpful. Thank you. I'm just going to write a note in another notepad a second, so bear with me a second. Right. Moving on then to the other interested parties speakers, and next on my list is Mr. Morris from the CPRE.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cliff. I think my comments that I'm going to briefly refer to now are all substantially within the 4-page position statement as submitted yesterday. And again, I have to apologise for the late submission. We're very glad to see that the, in general terms, the council are now sending their own the local plan presumptions of 30% affordable for housing. We are concerned, however, that what seems to have been given a clean sweep, and there's been lots of discussions from various parties about the viability of affordable housing. What is completely unquestioned at the current time is the fact that there's a concern, obviously, from council officers that the affordable housing contribution, were it to be exacted from the developers, would somehow have an effect upon the county council's policies to provide funding for the strategic highway network. And I quoted in the second page of the secondary submission what was said in the June 21 committee report. It would mean that development would not, in the oppositor's view, sufficiently mitigate the impact of the development on the highway network, nor the impact on community services, including education, by reducing off-site contributions outlined in the heads of terms. It may mean that insufficient funding is available for strategic projects for the district. What is set out in our third page is that what has not been demonstrated currently brought to the public attention, council's attention, that those strategic contributions are part of a package of schemes that would be required to deliver the county council's pet projects of an inner circuit of highway schemes, for which there is no county council money available, which all of the money would have to come from developers, and would rely upon at least 5 other developments other than this particular development contributing to a network of improvements only deliverable over the next 30 years. The presumptions of the need for the highway network is itself based upon other presumptions, and I think Mr. Williams referred to will of the wisp assumptions. One of the will of the wisp assumptions that I suggest that there is the fact that when the new local plan is considered, there would have to be, in view of what has been happening in the last 3 years trends nationally, a significant reduction in the number of housing units that are required for the area. In turn, it would reduce the likelihood of having a completely new network of which the contributions for this development is put apart. So there's quite a a crumbling structure upon which the delivery of a strategic network would depend, and that has to be sorted out in the future. And at the last local planning inquiry, it took some 3 or 4 days to try and weave together a network of agreements by which all these various developers could each contribute to the network. So it's highly dependent upon the need for all of the housing developments put forward. The last draft local plan were to take forward, and they would be accompanied by the somewhat, I estimate, 80-year-old idea of an inner circuit, rather than has been referred to by Mrs. Brown in the previous evidence of a safe and sound transport plan that gives more credence to public transport. I'd then just like to move on to the fact that without any questioning currently, the highways requirements have been taken as being, actually they're based on this development, but they are dependent upon other developments going through the plan. Also, I would make a commentary on both councils. Both councils have a shared interest in highway matters and transport matters, even though they don't actually fulfil their responsibility for public transport very well. But both councils do have a responsibility for the various aspects of flooding and land drainage. Flooding and land drainage is a very complicated issue, but essentially the two, apart from the water authority, the two main local government players are Thanet District Council and Kent County Council, and they seem to have paid scant regard to the disposal of surface water drainage for this particular site. And I have to say, CPRE are indebted to the work that's been carried out by the Southampton residents and their consultants in defining and illuminating all of the problems that are there. Suffice it to say from our case, and this is referred to in our previous evidence, the one main beach on Thanet's north coast is the jewel in the crown, which is Margate's main sands. That's a regular sea swimmer, albeit not at this time of the year. In my current condition of health, I wouldn't go in the sea. But other times of the year, I have pleasure in swimming on the other beaches that have got blue flags. The actual foul water pollution in Margate Sands, which has never actually been tracked down or any attempt to track it down, undoubtedly is affected by the fact that it is serving some 1,600 hectares of land as surface water drainage. I hope that with the condition that Somerset residents have put forward, there may be concentration on this issue, but it is very surprising to me as an ex-local government officer how the officers can put so much concentration on highway issues, so little concentration on drainage and pollution issues, especially considering that Thanet and the Southern Water Authority are getting so much bad publicity for tourism from the current bouts of pollution. I think that here endeth the reading for this morning. So that's my contribution. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Morris, for those submissions. And again, on matters such as drainage, you will have the opportunity to ask questions of the appellant's drainage expert or drainage witness later on in the inquiry. Just one question from me, it's a brief question. You mentioned the new local, the emerging local plan. Do you, and I just remember from reading the statement of Common Ground that the main parties are in agreement that at the moment you can't give much weight or very little weight to that because of the stage it's at. Are you in agreement with that, or do you differ on that?
Well, insofar that the existing plan only deals with the first 5 years, and the previous draft local plan, was a full local plan for 20 to 30 years. That really the only substantial planning commitments are within the approved plan, and the main development is Salmerston development. The representatives of Garland and Westgate, I'm sure, will say for themselves their concerns for all of the other development sites that have been put forward in the original plan, which may be the cause for, well, it should be the cause for debate and conjecture at the next inquiry. But unless and until there's a proper planning case for those developments, then the whole highway case does not hold together, and the substantial costs which KCC are demanding as a contribution that's attached to each of the developments in order to fund the inner road circuit doesn't work unless you've got the contributions from more than the Salmerston developments, but at least another 4 or 5 developments and 5 developers involved in the district.
Okay, thank you. And any matters concerning the emerging plan, I'm sure can be picked up by the planning witnesses later on in the inquiry as well, taking account of what you've said. Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. Mr. Williams, have you got any questions you'd like to ask of Mr. Morris?
No, thank you, sir. We'll take the same approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morris. That's very helpful. Now, next on my list, it's 18 minutes to, so depending on how long the next speaker is, we may pause for lunch after this. But is Councillor Boyd in attendance now? Because I do know that you sent a note earlier saying that you might be available between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. Yes, you are. Would you like to make on that basis, would you like to make your submission now?
Hi, sir. Yes, certainly. That probably makes things a lot easier. I won't take too much of your time either. I do need to back off. So I'm just going to run through a couple of the points. Obviously, I'm here representing my ward primarily of the Garland residents. And something that I can say is that I think from the beginning of this application process, there was a severe lack of engagement with Garland residents. It was very much seen as something that fell into the villages ward or Salmerston, and Garland was kind of not seen, even with the public consultation was held. I don't know if you won't know the area. I appreciate that, but we're a considerable stance away, sort of the back of B&Q, kind of hidden away, which made things difficult. So it will have a severe knock-on effect on Garland residents, particularly around sort of the traffic, which has been mentioned. And I want to thank Mrs. Brown and Ms. Bowers for their contribution earlier as well. I don't want to go over too much stuff and repeat stuff, but certainly the traffic around Hearthstone Road. It's not been mentioned yet, but on particularly match days, obviously we've got a very big football club down there. Having a road put in there simply isn't going to be helpful. If anyone's down there, you can see that the road's already quite severely overwhelmed with the amount of double parking, which will make it harder. Shottendane itself, for locals, it's already used as a kind of relief road to avoid the densely populated Canterbury Road area and to avoid going through the towns. So to increase more traffic through that is also going to be more detrimental to just the lifestyles and the livelihoods of people that live here. And in addition to that, overall, I would say that this kind of runs a mockery of our local plan in terms of we would ask and expect developers to have 30% of affordable housing, which has already been mentioned several times. And I'd say that this inquiry is a standpoint as this will pave the way for future developers. They will use this as an example, and it kind of undermines us as an authority as to what we can do. And it also makes local residents feel less empowered that they have a say as to what goes on in their local area. So what I would say is just that this will be almost a blueprint as to what goes on next. I know that there will be other developers from neighbouring sites that will be watching this and see what the outcome is. So that was kind of my point, and I will try and listen in as much as possible this week in and around my work commitments. But thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyd. That's helpful. Just one quick question, because I'm not sure I've seen it raised in the evidence as yet. But Margate Football Club, you mentioned some potential impacts on traffic. What sort of crowds do they get? What's the...
Loads. We had a local derby, which was between Margate and Folkestone at New Year, and we had something like nearly 1,000 people there, 895. So it's really busy on match days, so obviously Saturday afternoons. However, it's also busy during the night. I myself play five-a-side football in the evening, so anything from 6 o'clock till 9 o'clock, you can guarantee we've got 8 five-a-side football pitches there, so you can imagine how many people there per hour that often drive across Thanet. So anyone that thinks that it's only busy on a Saturday is delusional, unfortunately. It is really busy during the evenings as well. So and they are looking to expand and build a hotel and build a big stand as well, and increase what they're doing. So that's why it's a bit of a concern for that particular road.
Right. Okay. What league are they in? Do you know what league they're in?
Yeah, they're in. I'm trying to remember what it is, but it's the one below sort of national. It's kind of like South League, but they are trying. But yeah, you'll see me there every Saturday.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, and thank you for your submissions. That's helpful. Thank you for your attendance today. Thank you. I should have asked actually before you disappeared if Mr. Williams wanted to ask you any questions. Sorry, Mr. Williams.
No, thank you, sir. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Boyd. Right, going back to the list, and probably the last one before we adjourn for lunch at 1, Mr. Brennan, are you with us? If you wish to make a submission. Mr. Brennan? No, it doesn't appear that he is. So, moving on. Councillor Farrance.
Yeah, hello. My submission will be probably at least 15 minutes, but I don't mind if you want me to split that before and after lunch, whatever suits you, sir.
No, I'd rather do it in one go. 15 minutes. That will take us just to beyond 1 o'clock with possibly sort of a few questions. I'm happy if you're happy to go, and then we can just do an hour. I want to break for an hour for lunch to give everyone a good break from the proceedings, but I'm happy for you to go now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to introduce myself. I've been councillor for Salmston Ward since May 2019, and I just wanted to point out that I'm obviously very impressed by the calibre and obviously experience of everybody here, and I just wanted to point out that even in the council I'm not on planning, and it isn't an area that I'm particularly familiar with. I've had a lifetime career in public service, in health and education, so first of all my submission really is representing my residents, and I grew up in Margate and I returned 25 years ago to raise my children. So I do have a lot in common with my residents and their considerable concerns about our home. So I'm hoping that I can bring that to this meeting. I realise that lots of people here today don't have much knowledge about Thanet and its uniqueness, and I can totally appreciate that. We have two particular areas, I think, that make us fairly unique. One is sadly that we are, as has been mentioned, a very deprived area, and later on I'll give you some stats on that. But we also have, of course, our wonderful coastline, our rolling fields and our open skies. And the local plan encapsulates that by saying that the undulating chalk farmland is a particular landscape feature in Thanet. The openness and undeveloped character of the high quality farmland contributes to the essentially rural character and relatively dark skies. And this is quite key to the concerns of residents. But we've also got to be aware of the fact that Thanet is actually the most built up area in Kent already, except for fringes around London. And I did send in a map that does illustrate that. It's quite clear that Thanet is a relatively very built up area already. And I think this is helpful in putting local people's fears into context and why we are so desperately concerned about the possibility of an even more built up Thanet of the future, and the spectre of having none of our precious open spaces left. From the point of view of deprivation and affordable housing and viability, the fact that this is an area with high levels of deprivation and low wages means, of course, that the demand for affordable housing is very high. I understand that the low offer of affordable housing from Gladman is due to the fact that the development would be difficult and expensive because it's on a hillside and it has an area of potential flooding in the middle. And that Gladman is aiming for a profit of around 20% on the development. And I'd like to suggest that Gladman could at any time have considered making a slightly smaller profit and giving Margate the housing it most desperately needs. It's also worth noting that other developments in Thanet offer 30% affordable housing. One even has 100% affordable housing. That's a new development that's just been recently started. And those developers work extensively with TDC Biodiversity and Horticultural Officer and are ensuring a retention of the expansion of woodland, a large pond, and many other wildlife initiatives that are actually obviously too many to list here. Further, I think it goes without saying that in an area of high deprivation and poor health, issues which affect the well-being of residents become even more important. So we need to ensure that the landscape of our beloved island isn't changed significantly or detrimentally. In fact, the open space strategy of 2017 highlights one of the key issues facing the health of Thanet, in that 68% of residents are classed as having weight issues. This is in the local plan, page 147. The local plan of 2020 also gives some excellent guidance, and I have been asked by residents to emphasise just a few of these to you today. And these are quotes from the local plan. Thanet forms a discrete and distinct area characterised by its unity of land use arising from high-quality fertile soils. Open with few trees, the area is dominated by wide views over an extensive land cover of cereals, root crops and other horticultural crops. Future development should seek to protect and enhance the assets which provide a strong sense of place. The undulating chalk farmland is a particular landscape feature in Thanet. The openness and undeveloped character of the high-quality farmland contributes to the essentially rural character and relatively dark skies. Indeed, the local plan also says development proposals should demonstrate how their location, scale, design, and materials will conserve and enhance Thanet's local distinctiveness, in particular, a sense of openness and big skies, particularly in the central part of the district. Gaps between Thanet's towns and villages and subtle skylines and ridges which are prominent from lower lying landscape. This distinction between town and countryside should be retained, but unfortunately it seems that these proposed developments seeks to do the opposite of those aims of the local plan. I also note that Gladman have stated that the landscape of the site, and I quote, is not of any notable heritage interest and is of negligible significance in EIA terms, that's I suppose environmental terms, and is not a heritage asset. We strongly contest this view. It has, of course, a long and vital heritage, but I'll leave it there because I know that other people are giving explanatory evidence to challenge, or have given explanatory evidence to challenge that statement. The area that I would particularly like to focus on, because no one else apart from Westgate and Garlinge Group have mentioned this, but is GP services. I am obviously aware that officially this is not TDC's responsibility, and the requirement is for Kent and Medway CCG to state a required sum of money for new buildings or extensions to existing surgeries. However, when I talk to residents, and residents talk to me about the proposed development, they always voice their fears about more lives being put at risk when we all know that our services are so stretched already. Therefore, we feel it's clear that we cannot consider any new homes until this overriding problem of GP services is addressed. And I'll explain why this is particularly important with statistics to go with it. As we've mentioned, Margate is an area of extreme deprivation. It's actually the 67th most deprived area out of over 32,000 in England and Wales. Okay, the 67th most deprived out of over 32,000 areas. And the second out of 902 most deprived area in Kent. Currently, GP provision in Thanet is woefully inadequate, but in particular, the Lyme surgery in central Margate has approximately 6,000 patients per GP, whereas the national average is about 2,000. And it's this Lyme surgery that would accommodate all these new residents, which is a total of approximately 1,680 new residents, which includes the 250 houses already designated for Sandston Ward. In October 2020, the Kent and Medway CCG wrote to TDC Planning Department to justify a developer's contribution of £388,000 towards new buildings and extensions to GP surgeries to accommodate additional residents. The report from the CCG made no mention of the increased number of doctors, nurses, and other professional staff which would be required to run this service. So this is October 2020. Now, in April 2021, the CCG publicly declared that there was a problem with the GP service in Thanet, revealing that Thanet continues to struggle with a low number of doctors and pledged to offer more support to a fragile GP system. It's important to note this public declaration was made 6 months after the CCG made their formal report to TDC. This report did not acknowledge there was any difficulty in providing GP and other professional health services to the residents of Margate, either at that time or with the addition of up to 2,000 new residents. Clearly, the CCG should be asked to produce a revised, up-to-date report on the state of GP services in Margate. And a bit more background, as evidenced by the following facts from 2018 to 19, there have been significant problems in Thanet for many years. In their 2017-18 annual report, the CCG noted primary care infrastructure across Thanet could be destabilised to a critical point due to multiple GP and practice nurse vacancies. In January 2019, the Royal College of GPs compared population data with GP workforce numbers from NHS Digital and found that Thanet has one of the worst GP to patient ratios in the country, and this was in January 2019. In August 2019, the chair of the NHS Thanet Clinical Commissioning Group stated that GP practices were unable to sustain themselves financially, with closures on the Isle, meaning surgeries had dropped from 17 to 13 in just 18 months. He said, many of them have not been able to get the right staff and they've not been able to get locums. This is why we have to look very carefully at how we deliver things. Many GPs are burning out or are over a certain age. Demand on practices is phenomenal. So GP shortages and an ageing population contribute to tough working conditions for doctors. The Isle has the country's second highest number of patients over 75 years old per full employed GP, as well as the fifth highest overall number of patients. This combination of high overall numbers of patients per GP and high numbers of patients aged over 75 suggests that doctors working in primary care in these areas face some of the toughest working environments in the country. In October 2019, the managing director of East Kent Clinical Commissioning Group said, the recruitment of GPs remains a significant challenge nationally and for Thanet's GP practices. In addition, a letter from Newington Road Surgery in Ramsgate stated that the decision to manage list is due to the difficult situation we find ourselves in, adding that we came to this conclusion based on clinical safety reasons. We currently have nearly 8,000 patients and just 2 GPs. The national average at that time was 1,800 patients per GP. We've been advertising for a new GP to join our team since August 2015 without success. And the combination of high overall numbers, I've already said, patients per GP and high numbers of the older people make these very tough working conditions. So along with others, for the last 3 years, I've been actively campaigning and lobbying the CCG to encourage them to offer incentives for GPs to work in Thanet and particularly Margate. But the CCG has steadfastly refused to consider offering incentives for Thanet, such as enhanced payments or golden handshakes. It's therefore clear that this is not acceptable. And it seems clear that TDC perhaps and the CCG have no alternative but to urgently ensure that our GP services are improved before the number of residents increases so dramatically. On behalf of my residents, I hope that any developer would also take the situation seriously and take appropriate action with the relevant bodies to safeguard the health of people in Margate and Thanet. So I just want to mention a couple of other factors that my residents have asked me to raise, but I realise have been covered by others, so I will be brief. Residents consistently raise the lack of consideration of the serious flooding in the area. And I think the important thing to emphasise, information you've had already, this is local knowledge. As locals, we all know that Shottendane Road becomes a river when there's heavy rain. We obviously have visio evidence and there's much other evidence. As locals, we're also well aware of raw sewage being pumped into our coastal waters, resulting in closure of our beaches for prolonged periods, particularly this recent summer. This not only affects the well-being of residents, but it takes a considerable toll on our many businesses which depend on visitors for survival. The raw sewage is pumped out when rainfall is high, and this has not become an unusual occurrence. Therefore, building on our fields and thus preventing natural soakaways can only exacerbate an already unacceptable situation. I'm also aware that KCC has made some contributions about this, but I'm also aware, but from their own correspondence, that they aren't aware of all the relevant information and the history of flooding, the particular history of flooding in this Margate area. So there are extra concerns which I'm sure are being addressed by others who are submitting information for you to this inquiry. I also submitted a map that shows about global warming. It shows how the sea could come right up to Tivoli Brook by 2050. That's a very low-lying area, that coastal area by Dreamland, by Margate Station, and where we've been talking about the outflow from the Tivoli Brook coming out onto Margate Sands. That very low-lying area, according to the map, could easily be underwater right up to Tivoli Brooks. Residents have continually expressed alarm about the building on the fields for these reasons. But I wondered if anyone had actually looked at the double whammy of sea level rising with the potential to swamp the Tivoli Brook from both sides, as has been discussed earlier today. A final local concern is about transport. This proposed development is clearly car reliant. As has been mentioned, the nearest bus stop and railway station are not really within close walking distance. There's also a concern about where people would get their local shopping. There's no provision for that either. I just wanted to end with a couple of national points. There's been a lack of any thought to the fact that this is established an ancient prime agricultural land, and the country is on its way to a state of food insecurity. We import 48% of our total food consumed, and the proportion is rising. We rely on imports and a thriving agricultural sector to feed ourselves and drive economic growth. And it just is a source of great confusion to locals as to why we would build on prime agricultural land. In addition, only last week, the government unveiled the next stages of its plan to reward farmers and landowners for actions which benefit the environment, supporting sustainable food production alongside vital nature recovery and work towards net zero. So we seem to be going against lots of aspects there as well. So in conclusion, as I've said, nationally, we have to think about food insecurity and government guidelines, government actions that have just happened about that, sea level rising, rainfall increasing. And that's having a particular effect, obviously, in this area around Tivoli Brook. And locally, there's a unique landscape of Thanet. It's already overdeveloped compared to the rest of Kent, and we do feel that our unique landscape needs to be retained and respected. The flooding and the raw sewage discharges are major concerns now and need to be addressed. And of course, the GP situation is dire, has been for some years, and there is a real genuine fear amongst residents. If we have more residents in the area, what will happen? It's already at breaking point. And just finally, there was a comment about, obviously, officially, Mr. Williams was talking about the harm caused by development as outweighed by benefits, and about some comments from the planning committee being will-o'-the-wisp. What I'd really like to point out is that the planning committee is made up of councillors who are democratically elected and represent their residents. And I think this is the important thing here. We're talking about local knowledge and local people who feel quite passionately about this for very objective reasons. This is not an emotional situation. I think we've outlined between us some pretty clear, logical, serious and objective reasons to be concerned. And I do hope that that will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrens, for those comments again. That's very helpful. Thank you. Just one or two questions from me, if that is okay. In terms of the situation with the GP shortage that you talked about at some length, and I think you've made written submissions on this already, I will ask that the appellant does address those in their planning evidence later on as well, because I don't think that's something that's been addressed in a particular position paper so far. Are you, because obviously there is a contribution being negotiated with Kent County Council, not Kent County Council, as part of the actual section 106. It's not the Kent County Council, is it? Which provides a contribution towards health facilities. Have you got issue with that? That doesn't, is your argument that that doesn't do sufficiently because GPs can't be, there's a difficulty in GPs being employed in this area?
Yeah, I mean, you can have all the buildings in the world, but if you can't find people, if you can't recruit GPs and also other health staff, it's actually pointless. And we are in a dire situation already.
And what do you think that is your request to the developer that somehow they address that, or because obviously the local plan is there to sort of, you know, address such things through strategic provision, etc. What from your point of view could the developer do to address that, or are you simply saying there shouldn't be new houses because until this actually has been addressed?
Well, I don't think we, you know, and residents don't think we should be building new houses until it's addressed. But it's never been, it just isn't being addressed. And the situation, as I quoted from 2018-19, was bad. It's just got worse and worse, and lives are clearly at risk. So I don't mind who it is, but you know, which body it is, and I hoped it would be the CCG, and I have been in contact with them over the years about it, would be offering some sort of scheme or incentives to encourage more GPs and health professionals to work in Thanet. But they just say it's impossible. They do refer to some national schemes, but I do think that given our unique situation in Thanet, that you know, some more consideration needs to be given. I mean, some really deep thought needs to be given as to how anyone, the CCG, TDC, KCC, or the developers, you know, wants to contribute to that or help to alleviate this really dire situation. 6,000 patients per GP is just not acceptable. I don't know anywhere else in the country has that number. Maybe they do, but
okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you. I understand. And you also talked a little bit about the local plan. Obviously, this is a site that's been allocated in the local plan, and that there are some things where it's been allocated for a specific number of dwellings in the local plan. And that's quite a recent allocation. And there are some things which obviously are sort of site-specific things where you could sort of talk about buildings being sort of too high. It was a detailed planning application, of course, which this is not. But in terms of the site being allocated in the local plan, because obviously I've got to go away, consider the application against the local plan as part of the development plan, and obviously the material considerations, and I've got to sort of decide what weight to give to such a policy. But because you were also sort of commenting on issues on landscaping, character, appearance, loss of farmland, some of which would seem, you know, to sort of already have been sort of almost sort of being decided by the fact the local plan has allocated this site. You know, what sort of, how would you sort of balance those things? Because as I say, several things that you've mentioned, not all, but several things that we've mentioned would have been, presumably would have been considered in the actual allocation in 2000 when the local plan was adopted.
I have learnt so much more about the site over the last year or so. The fact that it's such a hillside, and I expect you've walked it already, it is a hilly area. There's a flooding situation. So I find it difficult to comment, to be honest, because I suppose personally, I regret that I wasn't so aware of these issues before.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. And one final question: the document that you submitted, I think it was yesterday or maybe on Friday. It was in relation to what you talked about for the global warming. There was a diagram you submitted which showed how far. So where is that document from? Can you give a sort of annotation as to where it is taken from? Because I'm not sure it says on the.
I thought it did, but I'll look that up.
If that could be checked.
Yeah, sure.
One of several things that I was looking at yesterday. If it does, then I apologise. Obviously, I'm grappling with quite a lot of information and questions coming at the last minute. But
I'm aware you need references.
If not, because it's one of the questions that I think might come up. Well, I think that probably something that does need to be addressed when we come to the discussion later on about drainage. So it would just be useful in that respect.
Okay, I'll send that through.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, have you got any questions you would like to ask of Councillor Farrens?
No, I don't. Thank you, sir. Just to reassure you, sir, in relation to your question, there is, as you said, in Schedule 6 of the 106 agreement, provision for the payment of health centre contributions to the council.
Yeah, 388,000.
Okay. And I think that will be a question. I think in a way, some of those sort of questions questions linked to that, I think will be probably best discussed during our discussion later on the inquiry when we actually discuss the actual 106 agreement and consider it against the relevant tests in the national policy framework, etc. So I will have some more questions, I think, of the parties at that stage.
Thank you very much. But no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Councillor Farrens, for those submissions as well. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Right, we've gone a little bit beyond the 1 o'clock mark. I think it was good to get those submissions out of the way. So I will adjourn now for an hour. I think an hour is a good time for lunch. So if we come back at just beyond 1:15, say, sorry, 2:15, so at 2:16 or 2:15, I'm sure we'll be fine. And I propose that we go back to our list of interested parties. So the next one I've got on my list is Sir Roger Gale. Sir Roger, are you with us now, and are you able to make your representation at approximately 2:15? Good. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Thank you for all the submissions so far. I'll adjourn now for lunch, and we will return at 2:15. Thank you.
Oh.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's now 2:15 and time to resume the inquiry. Looks like we have everybody back with us. We're midway through item 3 in the outline inquiry programme, which is representations from interested parties. So Roger Gale being the next speaker. Before we do that, is there any housekeeping or any other matters that we need to pick up on at the moment? Let's have a look. Councillor Pugh, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clifford. It was just to confirm that I'm still on the list of people to speak. I just wanted to check.
You are, yes.
Yeah, fine. Just wanted to check. Thank you.
Yeah, you'll be coming up. Actually, I in terms of my list, you'll be after Sir Roger.
Brilliant. As always, a very hard act to follow.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Ball, your hand is up.
Yes, so it's just a very quick matter in relation to the statement of common ground on affordable housing that has now been agreed and signed, and we're just about to forward that in, and we'll include Mr. Dickman in the correspondence or through Michael Ham.
Right, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will review that after proceedings today. And of course, if you can put that up on or ensure that goes up on the Core Documents Council website in liaison with Mr. Livingstone, please. That will be helpful. Okay. Mr. Dickman.
Yes, just two matters. Firstly, I received an email and I understand that Mr. Nibb may well not be wishing to speak now. However, the good news is he and I have spoken, and I can go through the areas that he was concerned about.
Okay.
I think he said biodiversity.
Yes, which I think he says that more appropriate if he took part in the drainage and flooding roundtable discussion rather than the biodiversity discussion. Are you now saying he's taking part in neither?
I really wanted to let the other two parties know that Mr. Hans has contacted me. They should be in receipt of our opening statement.
Oh, right. Okay, good. Thank you. Just going back to Mr. Nibb, is he now intending to speak just on drainage and flooding or not at all?
The email I received from Mr. Hans was that I believe he's probably not expecting to do that at all now.
Right.
However, I can cover his points.
Okay, that's fine. The one that I got, or the planning inspector got, was 11:49, so maybe it's moved on since then. But that's fine. Thank you. Right. That is everything in terms of housekeeping. So over to Sir Roger, please.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, and good afternoon. I start by saying that I'm not expert in this by any means, so if I get out of order, I'm quite sure that you'll tell me so. I will endeavour not to go over all the ground that's been already covered this morning, but I'm afraid there will be some repetition in what I have to say. I want to underscore some of the points that have been made. I understand, sir, that this inquiry is application specific in the sense that it relates to very specifically the Gladman proposal. But as Councillor Kerry Boyd said this morning, there is a domino effect in all of this. And it's virtually impossible for us locally to extricate this specific planning application from the effect that it will have on a number of assets locally that cover the whole of not just Hartsdown, Shottendane, but Garlinge and Westgate and Birchington. And I hope I won't be out of order in treading slightly on that turf. In your question to Pauline Farrance, you referenced the local plan, and I'd like to comment upon that in a moment. because I think it is relevant, and I think the fact that you have to take account, obviously, of what is in the local plan is significant, and we need to clear that up. I'm indebted to Rowan Dixon from the SWRA and also to Mrs. Brown from Westgate and Garlinge for their presentations, which makes my job a bit easier. Dealing first with the issue of affordable housing, the fundamental ground for the TDC rejection of this application, and the matter of viability. It's a very considerable concern to me that this piece of the jigsaw, the Thanet jigsaw, and indeed others, as I will show, have effectively been motivated by road funding. There is a very real concern that in order to secure the necessary Section 106 funding to build, to widen bits of the local infrastructure, we're sacrificing the requirement for affordable housing. And insofar as Thanet has a housing need, very much of that need is in the affordable area. And of course, much of it, it's not an area that I expect you to know, sir, but it is being built at Westwood Cross. So we're left with a situation where, not for the first time, in order to build a couple of bits of road around the end of the Shottendane Road, opposite the Margate Cemetery, leading down to what used to be known as Coffin House Corner, we're sacrificing land that should not be sacrificed. I suspect that in this domino effect, we shall find exactly the same thing happening as is happening here, with proposals for housing to the rear of Garlinge, to the rear of Westgate-on-Sea, to the rear of Birchington, and then down to what is known as Brooksend Hill, where there will be a huge roundabout. So we're in the perverse situation of trying to fund a needed road, there's no doubt about that, to relieve the traffic that is currently running along the Canterbury Road, which is the only arterial road at the moment running from Brooksend Hill right through into Margate. And in order to relieve the pressure on that road, we're going to build a lot more houses to fund a road which that traffic, new traffic, will then use. And that seems to me to be utterly perverse. The road is needed, but not at the price of a lot of agricultural land. And again, I'll come on to that in a moment, if I may. The infrastructure in the area, this was referred to by Councillor Pauline Farrance, and she's absolutely right, is woefully inadequate. Not only this particular road, which is not funded yet. The government has indicated some funding, and Kent County Council is clearly seeking to raise the wind to do the whole job, but it is by no means in the bag. It is not only that road, it is feeder roads, it's roundabouts, it is, as Pauline Farrance said, very much GP practices and services and health services, and a relatively pitiful contribution by way of Section 106 money to help build a doctor's surgery is going to be of small value if we can't put nurses and doctors into that practice. And at the moment we can't. There is a desperate shortage already. And the more housing we build, the worse that situation is going to get. We also have to look at the provision for education, particularly primary education in the area. And we have to look at the transport facilities as well. And again, as has been pointed out, public transport in this area is pretty sparse. And there's no reason to suppose that in the short to medium term, it's likely to get any better. So basically, we're talking about building a lot more housing, this development and several others, without the supporting infrastructure. And this has been one of my constant criticisms of successive government plans, that the infrastructure simply isn't in place before we add more housing, which is not to say that there isn't some housing needed, because there is. Turning to the matter of the local plan that you put to Pauline Farrance, as I'm sure you are aware, this local plan was imposed upon the government by Sajid Javid when he was the Secretary of State for Local Government. It was therefore not really a local plan. A team from Whitehall came down, told the local authority what we were going to have, and that was then effectively rubber stamped by Thanet District Council. It was the subject of an inquiry with a planning inspector. I don't think it was you, who not entirely surprisingly approved the local plan, and the Secretary of State then approved what was effectively his plan anyway. So this was not a local plan. It wasn't something that local people were involved in really or wanted. The objections, and I was merely one of the many objectors to the local plan before it was approved, were not heeded. The housing figures, 17,500 new houses, were based on outdated ONS figures from 2014. And the requirement for housing for local people in Thanet is probably about half between now and 2030 of what is actually being provided for. Not entirely surprisingly, that's put a huge amount of pressure upon the local authorities to try to identify land upon which to build these houses. In fact, most of our demand can be met and should be met by brownfield sites. Turning to the specific site, historically, I'm surprised that in Kent County Council's submission, they did not refer to the 1973 floods. This is an area that is liable to flooding. Those of us with perhaps rather longer memories than we would wish know very well the difficulties that we've had surrounding the Tivoli Brook and its effluent pouring out into the main sands of Margate. It's now in a culvert, and people have tapped into that culvert. Nobody's quite sure who owns it, who is responsible for it, or where the manure, because that's what it is coming from. It's not particularly pleasant. This issue was addressed, and CCTV cameras were put down the tube within my parliamentary lifetime, so within the last 38 years. Not entirely a satisfactory solution, but the fact of the matter is that the proposed site is effectively a valley and a natural watercourse. And the rainwater, surface water, runs down that valley through the Tivoli Brook and out to sea. It is liable to flooding. It was last flooded in June 2021, so not that long ago. And I cannot see from the proposals that are being put forward by the developer any satisfactory mitigation that is going to solve the flooding problem, either now or for the future. That leads us on, sir, to the issue that again has been raised already about sewage. Far too frequently in the last two summer seasons, Margate main sands and various of the bays of Thanet have been subjected to pollution from raw sewage released into the sea by Southern Water, because the only alternative was to allow that sewage to back up into people's homes and gardens. And there is at least one area in Thanet near Acol where that actually happens, or has happened on a reasonably regular basis, because the pump continually fails. And that's not a pretty sight either. So Southern Water have done, most recently, frequently, what they've had to do, which is to release raw sewage into the sea to prevent flooding in people's homes. That in turn has fouled the beaches, and we've had thousands and thousands of pounds worth of bad publicity as a result, which of course at the height of the tourist season, which has already been fairly rocky for the last couple of years, has been singularly distressing for those trying to make a living out of tourism. The sewage situation as it stands is not sustainable, as it stands. Back in, I think, 1983, I declared open personally, and somewhere, God help me, there's my name on a plate on the door of the Fourness Point sewage works. And that was supposed to be the state-of-the-art facility that was going to solve all Thanet's sewage problems and prevent the use of a short sea outfall. But in those days, of course, long sea outfalls were still permitted. They're not now, thank God. It's become apparent since that as we've added more and more housing into Thanet, the system simply cannot cope. For why? Because, and I had this explained to me by Southern Water's engineers very recently after the most recent incident. We actually went into it in some grim detail. Fact of the matter is that the surface water from the roads and the roofs goes into the same system that carries the sewage. When you get the kind of storms that we've had in the last few years, and particularly in the last few months, the system simply becomes overwhelmed. The storm drains cannot cope, and the only solution is to release raw sewage into the sea. Now, if they can't cope now, and the system is going to take millions of pounds and many years to resolve, because the only way to resolve this is to separate out rainwater from foul water. None of the houses proposed, as I understand it, have grey water systems, for instance. Each and every one of those has a roof that will drain off onto the land, mostly onto tarmac, which will then drain into the roads. This is a relatively modest development. Even this one is going to add to an already very bad problem. And that is why, one of the reasons why Craig McKinley and I can't remember, I think it may have been Mrs. Smith, said Craig McKinley and I have called for a moratorium on house building until we've sorted out the sewage issues for the whole of the Isle of Thanet, because we cannot go on as we are. And perversely, again, what we're seeking to do is to add more and more and more roofs and more tarmac drives and more roads and gullies pouring into an already inadequate sewage system. So I would argue very strongly the combination of the capacity for the site to flood, together with the failure of the sewage system to be able to cope, militates very heavily indeed against this development, and indeed others, which we shall no doubt find ourselves having to oppose in due course, whether or not this one goes through. The final area that I want to cover is agricultural land. I have spent many months now doing battle with successive secretaries of state and indeed with the Prime Minister to try to protect our farmland, which is part of our local heritage. And I'll come back to that again in a moment. Thanet historically has been an agricultural area. Probably 3/4 of the island, much of it represented by Rhys Pugh, Councillor Rhys Pugh, who you will hear from later, is farmland, is agricultural land. Almost all of it is very high grade land. It's alluvial soil. It's so good that when, for example, as at Westwood Cross, they develop farmland, they take the top metre of soil off and take it away and sell it. And we're losing, I mean, literally losing to sale from developments, our topsoil. Historically, Thanet has grown cabbages, cauliflowers, potatoes, as well as, of course, some livestock, sheep, and some cattle, but not very much. We cannot go on sacrificing our agricultural land to development. unnecessarily because there are brownfield sites available. The government is at last coming around to my way of thinking, and policy has changed and is changing. And in a couple of weeks' time, I suspect you'll find the Minister of State at the Department for Agriculture making an announcement about how we need to be much, much more self-sufficient in the food that we produce, food that we eat, in order to avoid the CO2 costs of importing it, and also, of course, to try and make ourselves more independent of other countries. The particular site, the Shottendane Road proposed development, will make, there is no doubt about this, will make that farm unviable. And we have to understand that. The other developments that I mentioned earlier, Garlinge, Westgate, Birchington, and Brooksend Hill, successively will make other farms unviable because you have to have some economy of scale. We're not into prairie farming in Thanet. We grow good, relatively modest crops, but there has to be enough space to grow them. If we build over all of this farmland, which is in the local plan at the moment, then farming in Thanet will not be viable. Now, in the developer's submission, they said there was nothing of any notable heritage interest, and that the heritage aspects of this were of negligible significance. Forgive me, farming is part of Thanet's heritage. It's a part of our natural heritage. The farmland is part of our heritage. The environment, the habitat, is part of our heritage. And what we're talking about is destroying so much of this that there will be nothing left worth saving. And happily, that is an argument that I think I'm at last beginning to win with government. And again, it would be perverse if this and other developments in Thanet were allowed to go ahead at the very moment when government was saying, actually, hang on a minute, we need this farmland to grow our crops on and to protect our environment. I am astonished that the requirement placed initially by Thanet District Council, I believe, upon the development for an environmental impact assessment was scoped out because of the viability of the scheme and is no longer considered worthy of consideration. I find that at best incomprehensible and at worst a disgrace. So for all of those reasons, I believe that not only is this proposed development of itself undesirable, but that the message that it would send out, were it to be allowed to go ahead, and you may or may not consider this to be a fair consideration, but the message that it would send out, were it to be allowed, would have a devastating effect upon the whole of the agriculture of the Isle of Thanet, the environment of the Isle of Thanet, and the infrastructure of the Isle of Thanet. So for all of those reasons, I believe that this application should be rejected. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sir Roger. That's a very, very helpful submission. Thank you. Obviously covers quite a lot of ground. Just a couple of questions from you mentioned 1973 floods and the June 2021 floods. And I have seen those sort of referenced elsewhere in some of the documentation. What did those, starting with the recent one, what did they amount to from your...
The recent one was significant flooding of the Shottendane Road. And if you know the road, because the road is on the top end of one side of a valley, if you like, with the graveyard and the crematorium on one side. The water drains down that slope into these fields. It's not brilliant for the Margate Cricket Club, who find their pitch waterlogged on for rather too frequent occasions, because the club itself and a lot of the farmland is at the bottom of the valley. We don't tend to think of Thanet as being a place with hills and valleys, but effectively this entire site is located on either side of and in the bottom of the farm is located on either side of and in the bottom of a valley. That valley was flooded. In the 1973 floods, a much wider area with devastating effect was flooded. A lot of Westgate was flooded, as well as this entire site. And the Plenty Brook was, I understand, I wasn't actually, I've been around for a long time, but I wasn't here in 1973. And I'm told by those who were that the effect on the main sands of the flooding of the Tivoli Brook, sorry, the Plenty Brook is one in Herne Bay, which I have a similar problem with, was quite devastating. So I think the June 2021 incident was less severe, certainly, than the one in 1973, but both were significant. And I'm astonished that this is not referred to in the Kent County Council's submission.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Mr. Williams, have you got any questions of Sir Roger?
Thank you, Sir Roger. With respect, we'll take the same approach, thank you very much, and deal with it with our respective witnesses as we go through the various topics. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Sir Roger. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, next on my list is Councillor Pugh.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Finally, good afternoon. We did start this morning, didn't we? I would just like to start by thanking everyone today, and for everyone that's already spoken. I appreciate that a lot has already been covered by Sir Roger Gale and other witnesses, so I will be as brief as I can because I appreciate there's a lot to go through. So I just want to cover just a few aspects and I'll try my best not to go over what's already been discussed. But to provide some context, is that I'm a district councillor for the Thanet Villages ward, which is particularly the rural ward of the entire district, of the entire Isle of Thanet. My ward covers about 40% of the entire district, to provide you a bit of context of its size, and is predominantly full of villages, as per the name, with a variety of farms and agricultural land. The boundary of my ward is Shottendane Road, so all of the land south of Shottendane Road and up to this site is the boundary. So although this site isn't in my ward, I have residents that are bounded onto it who are greatly concerned not only about overlooking, and particularly the risk of runoff water and flooding. I know that Sir Roger Gale has alluded to, the propensity for Shottendane Road to flood in heavy rainfall. That's something that I have witnessed as a councillor and as have residents on almost a yearly basis during heavy rainfall. So it's not exactly limited to just extreme floods and extreme weather events. So I think that's really important to acknowledge. My concern as well is that, particularly as a district, and I know that we've said about the local plan and that it shouldn't be referenced too much, so I'll try not to, but across the entirety of the Isle of Thanet, we already have over 9,000 consents. 9,000 homes have been consented. They haven't been built yet. As an isle and the local demand for new housing, I think last year we only completed about 200 homes. Excuse me. So where was I? Over the last year, I think in Thanet, 200 new homes were built. Year on year before that, it's always teetered around about 100. So I'm incredibly concerned that applications such as this can be seen to try and solve a perceived housing crisis or housing shortage. And I think it's also important to remember and acknowledge that Sir Roger Gale is right, and Councillor Kerry Boyd said the same, in that this risks, this application, if approved, risks becoming a bit of a domino effect and wiping out many farming families that have been in Thanet and farming for generations of hundreds of years. And I think we've got a real risk here that actually it will do irreparable damage to the entirety of Thanet and to our agricultural land. And it is for that reason and many others that I would urge you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Sorry, I did not unmuted myself. Thank you, Councillor Pugh, for those comments. Again, they're very, very helpful and very useful for me. Mr. Williams, any questions of Councillor Pugh?
No, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pugh. Now, next on my list, we've got Mr. Nibb, but we've already learned that Mr. Nibb does not wish to speak, certainly at this point. So going back up to Mr. Brennan, you weren't with us earlier on before lunch, but are you with us now? No, it doesn't appear to be. Okay, if Mr. Brennan does reappear at some point, because obviously he has expressed a wish to speak, if he does reappear at some point, I don't know, might have lost connection or whatever, then I will, of course, seek to make it possible for him to speak at some convenient point during the proceedings. So if anybody knows Mr. Brennan, if you could kindly let him know, but I'll leave the opportunity open. I think then, according to the list that I have got, those are all the interested parties who wish to speak at this stage. Just to check there, is there anybody who wanted to speak who hasn't as yet? No. Okay. Thank you. And thank you again for all those helpful submissions that are very useful to me. Now, moving then to item 4 on the agenda, and this relates to matters that have been raised already today, is flooding and drainage. So the format of this session is that obviously the appellant's witness, Mr. Travis, has already produced a proof of evidence seeking to deal with and respond to the matters raised regarding flooding and drainage, and I think sewerage as well. So the purpose of this session is, first of all, I think it'd be helpful for those people who've not read Mr. Travis's proof. If Mr. Travis, we have Mr. Travis, I see, appeared, so welcome, Mr. Travis. That the format that I envisaged, that I'd give the opportunity for Mr. Travis to, if you like, sort of talk the inquiry through his proof and the most sort of relevant parts of the proof. And then I and any other interested parties would be able to ask you questions as we so fit. I don't think, and I don't know if Mr. Livingstone could confirm, there's no actual council witness being put forward in this regard on flooding and drainage.
No council witness being put forward, sir.
Okay. I mean, if there are any sort of questions related to the council, would you be the person to sort of, without putting you on the spot, obviously not being a flooding and drainage sort of expert, but if there's anything sort of generally you might be...
Yes, that's absolutely fine. I can pick up any particular questions as much as I can.
Okay, thank you. I've just noticed that Mr. Nibb has just joined us. I think I saw. Hello, Mr. Nibb. Good afternoon. Were you intending to speak? There was some sort of confusion as to whether or not you intended to speak during the flooding and drainage part of the agenda, which we're now at. Is it your intention to do so?
All I intended to do was just ask questions of the of the appellant's witness on this point?
That's absolutely fine. I was just going through the procedure whereby Mr. Travis is ready to talk everybody through his proof, and then there'll be an opportunity for interested parties such as yourself, and indeed me as the inspector too, to ask any questions that might be relevant. So absolutely, there is that opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, sir. I was also just going to say, I have been keeping a note on of the points that have been raised in the earlier submissions by third parties and Rule 6 discussions. I think it would be quite helpful if at some point I could just run through the bullet points with Mr. Travis to make sure that we feel we have covered the points that were raised.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. I mean, I've noted a few things down as well that I was going to ask. It may well be that those points are similar points, I don't know, but things that came up from...
I probably missed some, and there were a number, but I would just like to do our best to take this opportunity to get all of the points out at one time.
Okay. Yeah, that is sensible. In terms of me hearing from all the parties on this issue, then I think, yeah, now is the time to sort of for the parties to do that. So that approach seems absolutely fine from my point of view. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Travis, over to you, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. When I go through my proof, I will refer to a couple of core documents that you might want to have to hand as well. It'll be core document 1.58, which is the flood risk assessment. I'll also refer to core document 1.08, which is utility law solutions foul drainage analysis, which deals with a number of the foul drainage matters are raised. I'll also refer to core document 7.01, which is the letter from Kent County Councillors, the lead local flood authority, which has been referred to today, which is dated the 19th of November.
Thank you. What was that last one? Was that 7.01?
7.01. It's the letter from Kent County Council from the 19th of November, which refers to some of the points around Tivoli Brook.
Right. Okay. I'm just going to get that up now so I can have it ready for me. I've found that. Okay. Just give me a moment while I get your proof in front of me as well, please. Okay, and then just so everybody knows, to be clear, rather than people sort of interject with questions as we go, I think it's probably best and most efficient if Mr. Travis goes through his proof, and then at the end I will give the opportunity for any questions to be asked, and as I say, I might have some myself as well.
Okay,
thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So just to recap in part of my proof, my proof of evidence isn't responding directly to the local planning authority, lead local flood authority or environment agency or Southern Water, all of whom have raised no objections to the application on flood risk grounds subject to planning conditions. The purpose of my evidence is to respond to the Somestone, Somestone Ward Residents Association, the third-party objections, and to assist with an explanation as to what led the local planning authority, lead local flood authority, environment agency, and Southern Water to their decision, and why the proposed development complies with all national and local policies with regard to flood risk and drainage. During the preparation of this proof of evidence, I visited the appeal site, and I'm very familiar with flooding issues around the Shottendane, Margate area, having worked in this region for a long time on a number of applications and on some of the other water courses that have been mentioned by people earlier before. if I can just take through the beginning, when we start out in terms of flood risk and we look at a site, we initially have what we call a pre-application consultation, which we undertook with Kent County Council back in July 2019. That's in core document 1.58, appendix 5, and that demonstrates we consulted very early on about flooding in this area and the historic flooding, and Kent County Council responded on that, so we were aware for those matters. We then continued on to produce a flood risk assessment, which was produced and submitted in May 2020, and that is core document 1.58. Upon review of that, Kent County Council, as a lead local flood authority, they commented on the flood risk assessment on the 27th of July 2020. That's core document 3, page 5, and they had no objection to the development on flood risk grounds. The Environment Agency also reviewed the FRA on the 30th of July 2020, commenting that the application could be granted subject to a series of conditions, and that's also within core document 3, page 10. Also, Southern Water responded to the plan application the 3rd of August and raised no objection. That's also core document 3, page 23. If we take through those initial consultations, Kent County Council set out, as the OFA, set out the criteria for developing the site with regard to flooding and surface water drainage. They put forward that all surface water drainage from roofs, roads, etc., should be disposed of by infiltration if possible. They also provided some information on the local flooding incidents. Tivoli Brook wasn't mentioned as a separate issue within that consultation from the lead local flood authority to ourselves because of its location. If we then work forward, the site in its entirety is located within what we call flood zone 1, which is outside of the 1 in 1,000 year probability of fluvial river flooding, and that's a 0.1% annual exceedance of probability. So that demonstrates the site's at low risk from what we call fluvial flooding. The detailed geology of the site beneath the site is chalk, which obviously has quite a high infiltration potential. Although it was identified in the initial assessments that would be variable, it was confirmed by a series of soakways that were undertaken on site. If we look at core document 1.58, appendix 7, which is the soakaway results, demonstrates that the site, in terms of disposal by soakaways, is very effective. Therefore, that was the chosen measure to dispose of surface water on the site. We also looked at groundwater flooding, which is section 4.4 within the flood risk assessment, core document 1.58. I could draw your attention to drawing 6, which identifies where there may be high risk and moderate risk of some of the groundwater flooding associated with the chalk. I would also note to draw you back to appendix 7, where all of the soakaway tests we undertook didn't exhibit any groundwater strikes at down to 3 meters.
Sorry to interrupt. You just mentioned drawing 6.
That's within the FRA.
That's within the FRA.
If you go towards the back of the document, up to page 35, 38, round about page 43. I've got a paper copy where you'll have a PDF.
Page what again?
It'll be round about 40. I've got a paper copy in front of me,
Okay.
so the numbers will be slightly different for you and I.
Right. Drawing number 6, you say?
Yeah, it's titled Groundwater Flood Risk Map. It demonstrates the majority of the development site being at low risk of groundwater flooding. It's orange and yellow.
Yes, I've got it. Okay, thank you.
And if you move forward 1 page to drawing 5, that's the statutory flood zones that you'll be used to seeing from the Environment Agency, which demonstrates the site isn't at risk of tidal or fluvial flooding. Just moving forward from that, the Environment Agency produced a series of what we call complex surface water flood mapping. That's up towards drawing 8 onwards, which is a couple of pages forward. Now, what these drawings are showing here is it's more details with regard to velocity, depth and hazard ratings. It's not normally publicly available on the Environment Agency website, but it enables a more detailed analysis of the risk associated with surface water flooding. And if you move through the pages, through drawing 8.1, 2, 3 and 4, what you can see is the parts of the site that are subject to what we call pluvial flooding. And you'll note on drawing 8.1, we'd expect to see this pluvial flooding that's effectively where you get excess rainfall falling onto land and it creates rivers that are only there at the time of excess rainfall, sometimes referred to as ephemeral flooding. And what you can see here is it does demonstrate a lot of the instances that a number of the third parties have commented on today, with flooding through the centre of the site, around Shottendane Road, around Hartsdown Road and through Tivoli Park as well. And I wanted to identify the point in the evidence that we weren't aware of this level of flooding, and that's what produced some of the mitigation as I go through to look at all of the built development in terms of housing and residential is set outside of the pluvial flood zones. And there where we have roads crossing them in section 5 of the flood risk assessment, I identify the flood risk mitigation measures in section 5.2. For residential dwellings, will sequentially develop the site by restricting residential dwellings to areas of the site that are outside of the mapped extent of surface water flooding, and that will set the finished floor levels of a minimum of 150 millimetres above external levels for dwellings. I also identify further about the main road and the link roads as to where we're crossing the pluvial flooding areas. Will situate box culverts to allow dry access and egress into and out of the site. Just for completeness, as I talk through those mitigation measures, I also identify surface water attenuation, where adopting the surface water management strategy using infiltration-based SUDs that have 2 real purposes on this site. One is to take water out of this Tivoli Brook catchment and put it to ground, so it doesn't increase pressure further down. Because it's been infiltrated in, you won't see the water going into Tivoli Brook at such a great rate, and therefore it removes this part of the catchment from the flooding problems and pressures some of the third parties have spoke about downstream, and that provides a betterment. And that betterment was also agreed with Kent County Council, and they refer to it in core document 7.01. I'd also talk about, in terms of SUDs, it's well known through the Syria research guides and the SUDS handbook that SUDs also aim to remove pollutants from road runoff, roof runoff, etc., thereby reducing any potential pollution from surface water runoff from the site. I'd also place one further comment on that, and that's within section 5.2, I identified that the surface water attenuation has been designed up to a 1 in 100 year event, plus a 40% allowance for climate change. I was conscious, I was asked earlier if through the third party comments, do some of the assessments take into account climate change? And the answer is that they do. With regard to the drainage on site, the proposed site would reduce the greenfield runoff, utilising the infiltration, providing a demonstrable betterment regarding surface water runoff. This would also aid in a long-term strategy to reduce flooding within Tivoli Park. The proposals are to provide a series of detention basins and infiltration trenches within the site to deal with runoff, and also use plot soakaways. The use of that is, what we talk about is a hierarchy of drainage for disposal of surface water. That's identified in H3 of the building regulations 2000. And what that proposal is, that there's effectively 3 ways that we dispose of surface water. And if I point you to paragraph 6.3 in the flood risk assessment, we talk about hierarchy of discharge. I think it's quite important to see that the top level of hierarchy of discharge is an adequate soakaway or some other adequate infiltration system. Now, the idea of that infiltration-based SUDS is that we remove water from flowing over the land into rivers. We put it into groundwater, so it takes longer to come out through, as if you remember the hydrological cycle from school, it takes longer to come out. The other parts of the drainage hierarchy is obviously if you can't go to soakaway, you go a water course, or if not, you go to a sewer. But on this development site, we're not going to water course or a sewer. We're dealing with it through infiltration. Excuse me. It is proposed that the maintenance of the SUDS drainage features would be in line with the SUDS manual, and that's the public document Syria C753 that's commonly used for design of drainage systems. At this stage of the outline application, the maintenance is envisaged would be undertaken by a private maintenance company, and relevant agreements will be entered into ensure the maintenance is carried out for the lifetime of the development. It's also subject to the suggested planning condition that we've put to ensure that comes forward. Details of the other SUDS features on site and maintenance will be considered at further stage of detailed design and when the layout's being produced and fixed. So the level of detail provided with the FRA at the moment is sufficient to demonstrate that the SUDS scheme would be deliverable on site. If I move through onto section 3 of my proof of evidence, I look at the local policies here from the Thanet District Council draft local plan. I'm not going to read them out. There is policy CC01, which is directing new development only being acceptable in areas that are outside flood zone 2 and 3, and that assessment should be made of all risks of flooding, including surface and groundwater flooding. I note the submitted flood risk assessment, it doesn't propose any development within flood zone 2 or 3, and the risk of surface water and groundwater flooding has been assessed through the flood risk assessment as I've described earlier. Therefore, it is compliant with policy CC01. Policy CC02 refers to development using sustainable drainage systems where possible, and also showing that they have robust long-term maintenance plans. Again, that's included within the flood risk assessment and subject to condition, which was agreed with the LLFA. So therefore, the submitted flood risk assessment demonstrates the site's compliant with those local policies. If I move forward just to start to address some of the third-party objections, which I do in the proof, and I'll also cover some of the topics that were spoken about today. One of the topics that came forward is that the proposed site is at risk of flooding and development would increase flood risk for neighbouring areas. In my proof of evidence at point 4.2 and within core document 1.58, which is the flood risk assessment, we recognise that the site is at flood risk from pluvial flooding. However, through the mitigation measures incorporated into the design by restricting the residential dwellings to areas of the site outside of the 1 in 1,000 year surface water event and outside of the mapped hazard ratings greater than moderate, we can demonstrate that there is no flood risk to the development in its built form. And furthermore, by taking the existing runoff into plot soakaways and infiltration basins and trenches, as I described earlier, that will create a betterment for downstream. And I'd also note that Kent Council's Lead Local Flood Authority core document 7.01 stated that through collecting surface water, attenuation and discharge to the ground, we would anticipate that any contribution to overland surface water flow routes will be reduced. It is likely, therefore, that the development may have a positive impact on local flood risk experienced at Hartsdale Road, and that's at the bottom of the site. I just refer you, sir, to drawing 11 within core document 1.58. It's quite a full drawing towards the back. It's just before Appendix 1.
What's its title?
It is called Surface Water Flood Outline Overlay, and it's the last of the drawings. It's quite a busy drawing.
I think it's PDF page 75 of 184.
Thank you.
Okay, it's surface water flood outline overlay. Yes, I got
That's
it.
right.
Thank you.
It's quite a busy drawing, but what what you can see there is that I've overlaid the 30, 100 and 1,000 year flood extents on the development, and what we can demonstrate is that the built form is outside of where that is, and we can also see the indicative locations of the basin, some of the drainage features as well. So just to the next objection that I had within section 4 of my proof of evidence, whilst it was in relation to the sewage system is out of date and already struggling to cope, the proposed development risks more sewage spills onto the beaches. I would point out and refer to some of the third-party comments already that there was comment about surface water getting into the foul, and that was creating an element of the sewage. They're called CSOs, they're sewage overflow spills, where the network's full of a mixture of foul and surface water, so it spills over into the sea. I would note that this development has separate surface water and foul, with all surface water going to ground. Therefore, there is no surface water being put into the foul system, which is what causes the spills at time. I'd also note that while the flood risk assessment and my evidence doesn't specifically deal with aspects of foul drainage, I would refer yourself, sir, and third parties to the Utility Law Solutions report, which is core document 1.08, which details why the development will not increase sewage spills onto the beaches. And furthermore, it details the process for Southern Water to upgrade their network ahead of the development being constructed. And I think that goes a long way to answer some of the concerns. Just to some of the Rule 6 objections now, there was a comment that the lower field regularly holds water during heavy rain. I'd note surface water flood risk maps clearly show this impact. I refer you to drawing 11 that we just had up a second ago, where we demonstrated that we can see we're aware of that pluvial flooding, we're aware there's a history of it. This development will not resolve all flooding in Kent. However, it will do what it can to provide a betterment to reduce flooding on Hartsdown Road. Through the consultation with the LFA, we agreed at an early stage about sequentially developing the site to restricting the residential dwellings to areas outside of the 1,000-year surface water flood event, and thereby mitigating that risk in line with National Planning Policy Framework. And I'd also just touch again on that betterment side that we would provide, which was agreed. There was another comment about other proposed homes, 450 homes and 250 that have all been approved adjacent to Selmstone Grange, and another 1,450 are allocated in the local plan westward close to St John's Cemetery. I note that I looked at a number of those applications and that they are also proposing disposal of surface water from the development to infiltration. Therefore, part of the comment that it hasn't been taken into account, well, by virtue that it's going to infiltration, it's not water that would be flowing directly overland through our site. I'd furthermore note that on the recent planning application that was there, the lead local flood authority had no objections to their method of surface water drainage. If I just move on to the sort of latter point around Tivoli Brook, this was one of the main concerns of SWARA. in that the proposals hadn't taken significant account of the presence of the historic watercourse that flows an underground culvert from Tivoli Wood onto Margate Sands and down. I know we did consult the lead local flood authority of this, and it wasn't raised at the time. In terms of our site, our drainage is contained within our site. We're not creating any more water or forcing any more water down towards Tivoli Brook. So if anything, we have a betterment effect by reducing that water further. I find it a little bit difficult to comment any more on the historics works that were undertaken by the LLFA and that were written within their core document 7.01 as to ownership and other aspects, because that's not within the remit of the flood risk assessment. It's just for myself and the FRA to demonstrate that we are not creating any increase in flood risks downstream. We're providing a betterment where we can, and that by bringing this development forward, there'll be no increase of flooding as per the requirements of the MPPF. So to summarise, the development site's located within flood zone 1. The residential dwellings are restricted to areas outside of the 1 in 1,000 year surface water event and outside of the mapped hazard rating greater than moderate, as was agreed by the lead local flood authority. There are no statutory objections to the proposed flood risk and drainage strategy by the Environment Agency, Southern Water or lead local flood authority. It was agreed by the lead local flood authority that all runoff will be attenuated by infiltration for storms up to a 100-year event, plus an allowance of 40% for climate change. That's in line with current planning policy. The series of SUDS measures have been proposed to provide attenuation and also water quality benefits, again, in line with planning policy. The planning condition will be entered into to ensure there's long-term maintenance of the SUDS system for the lifetime of the development. And it is my professional opinion the flood risk assessment complies with national and local policies with regard to flood risk and drainage. I've identified in Appendix 1 each part of the MPPF plan and practice guidance where there are aspects in my proof of evidence and where we comply with. Any other remaining aspects in relation to flood risk and drainage can be adequately dealt with by a suitable worded planning condition, which I've put at 5.9. Within my proof of evidence. Therefore, in conclusion, it's my professional opinion that the development should not be precluded on flood risk or drainage grounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Travis. That's helpful. Thank you. Is there anything? I've got a few questions that I wanted to ask, and obviously others I think probably will do as well. Was there anything at this point, Mr. Williams, you wanted to say or ask Mr. Travis in terms of that list you had?
Well, I think perhaps just 2 points that are on the list which were touched on but might benefit from just addressing specifically. One was there were a number of references to historic flooding issues. 1973, I think, was mentioned, 2021. And I just wondered if you, Mr. Travis, could just give us your response to that and the relevance of it and your conclusions.
Okay, well, in terms of the historic flooding issues that were described today, 1973 and 2021, they're exactly what we'd expect to see. As I referred you before to drawing 8, 8.1 onwards, you can see that the flooding that's been described by residents follows the pluvial maps that we see within the flood risk assessment. So it comes as no surprise to me that references made to Shottendane Lane flooding, references made to overland flow flooding, and flooding of Hotsdown Road at the bottom, and also flooding. They're all well documented and shown within the pluvial flood maps, and the historic anecdotal evidence that's been provided today is what I would have expected.
Thank you. And then a point I think I just didn't note sufficiently clearly, the concerns that relate to the mixing of the surface water potential runoff in relation to foul sewage. Can you just explain again how whether those concerns arise or how that's treated on site, because that's obviously a matter of some concern to the wider area as it's being expressed, rather than specifically what's happening on the site.
That's quite right. In terms of this development, it will be created with a separate surface water and foul drainage system. Therefore, foul drainage will go into Southern Water's foul drainage system, as was identified in the Utility Law Solutions report, called document 1.08. Surface water will not go into foul. It will be a completely separate system. All surface water drainage on this site, from roofs, roads and hard paved surfaces, will go to infiltration. So it will not increase the pressure on the foul network from surface water. And that was very key from the very first discussions that were held with the lead local flood authority. If I refer you back to Appendix 5 of the flood risk assessment, which is core document 1.58, where the lead local flood authority was looking for surface water to be drained through infiltration, because they're well aware of the problem that's occurring with surface water and foul and misconnections.
Thank you, sir. They were the points that were on my list that I felt worth raising. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Travis, again. I'm aware of, so Roger's got a hand up, and I think Mr. Dickman's appeared as well. So I think I'm aware of some pressure for people to start asking, who want to ask some questions, which I will open it up to. Just in terms of when we do that, as we've been going for about an hour and sort of 6 minutes, and we're online, do you think now is the time just for a short comfort break before we come back for questions? Otherwise, we get into the questions, which could sort of take a reasonable amount of time. We may be sort of then just splitting them up. So would everyone happy with a short 10-minute break now? And then we can come back for questions. It's a little bit than I expected, but it may be just the appropriate time.
Okay.
Okay. And so Roger, was your hand up because you wanted to ask a question, or was there another matter you wanted to?
No, I wanted to ask a question.
Okay, absolutely. We'll give you a chance to do that once we come back from the break. So let's have a short break, and then we'll come back for questions for Mr. Travis from interested parties and myself. So it's now 3:22. So if we have, I normally go 15 minutes. Let's have 13 minutes. So we'll come back at 3:35. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Good, just wait to see Mr. Travis. Okay, right. We'll now move to the opportunity for interested parties to ask questions, which I think I will. I've seen various hands go up. I think I'll allow interested parties to ask questions before I do, and I can cover off anything which hasn't already been asked. If I start with, as the rule 6, Mr. Dickman, you want to go first, and then I'll go to.
I'm happy for Sir Roger to go first if he wishes. I know he asked before me, so.
Okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. If Sir Roger wants to go first, that's fine.
Sorry, I had a frozen mouse. It's unfrozen now. Thank you very much indeed. It's most kind of you. And oh, good grief. Sorry about that. Go away. Trying to do too many things at once. Mr. Travis, I'm not expert in this at all, but I'd be grateful if you could clarify exactly what you mean by infiltration, because it seems to me that that's what's been happening in the past, effectively. Sorry about that. There's no way I can stop it. If attenuation means holding groundwater, rainwater in tanks before then releasing it, I'd be grateful if you could indicate where it's going to be released to. I noticed that you said that, obviously, it's a given, isn't it, that the sewage is going to go into the Southern Water sewage system.
Mm-hmm.
So that, of course, is an addition to the sewage system. But what I'm really concerned about, because Thanet perversely, while we get flooding in the soggy bit in the middle of your site that you say you're not going to build on, while we get flooding there, Thanet also suffers from a water shortage. And we have to pipe water already from the Medway towns because the Thanet aquifer is drying up. And the reason for that, of course, is because of so much water is being used for drinking water, car washing, flushing, lavatories, and all sorts of things. So can you explain to me, as a layman, what effect this proposal on its own, freestanding, never mind added to others, is going to have on the Thanet aquifer? Please.
Thank you, Sir Roger. I got 3 questions in there. So your initial question was for me to explain infiltration. So as I touched on earlier when I was talking about the drainage hierarchy, when we look at developments, we look at 3 ways of you will drain them. You can either do what we call infiltration, which is where we take water and we put it into a large engineered soakaway. As I explained earlier, we've done a series of soakaway tests on site down to 2.5 and 3 meters and demonstrated that the water will soak away very quickly. And that leads you to the point, if you say the impact on the aquifer, well, by putting infiltration, it will recharge the aquifer because that water will go directly to ground as opposed to running off. So that's what infiltration means. And it's engineered infiltration. So it's not, when you look at infiltration just directly onto the ground, you only get it at a certain rate. When we engineer it and we dig down and we put soakaways at 2.5, 3 meters below ground level, they'll recharge much quicker. Your second part of that question was about holding water and attenuation. And that's quite right. So as part of the design, there's a series of what we call detention basins. And if you won't have it in front of you, but drawing 11 that I referred to within the flood risk assessment showed where those basins are going to be. So what will happen is we'll get a rainwater storm, generally something greater than a 1 in 30 years. That basin will start to fill up with water. It'll hold it there. And then as time goes on, it'll drain down into the aquifer. And that's where the water's being held in the basins, and then it's released into the ground. So it's not going to be flowing down from the developed areas into Tivoli Brook, and that's where the betterment comes from.
Forgive me, are those
what you refer to as retention basins, are they what other developers sometimes call balancing ponds, or is that something different?
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the same sort of thing. We tend to refer to them as being detention when you use infiltration, and balancing ponds when you've got a positive discharge. They do exactly the same thing. It's just that the ones on this site are going to ground. That was established very early on in the initial consultations with the lead local flood authority, because what Kent County Council are trying to do is put more water into infiltration so it doesn't get into the foul network and it doesn't result in overland flow. Because the problem you then have is if you've got a lot of overland flow, it can get into the foul network and cause you a problem there. So what we're trying to do here is take all the surface water and put it into the ground, so none of the runoff on this site goes into the foul. So that leads me to your second point, which was the sewage would go into the southern water system. That's correct, it would. But remember, it's only foul flows. So it's quite a low level of sewage that goes in. All I can really do there, because my evidence isn't concerned with foul, is just refer to the Utility Law Solutions report, which was code document 1.08, where they'd undertaken the foul drainage analysis. They'd agreed a point of connection with southern water and that rate of discharge that was acceptable to them. It's difficult for me to comment more because southern water are in control of their own network and whatever upgrades are needed. But that is in their gift. Your final comment, a question that you asked me, was what would be the effect of this proposal on the aquifer? Well, there will be no contamination of the aquifer because as we're using suds and things like detention basins, there'll also be, excuse me, interceptors placed where any highway drainage comes forward. So if there was an oil spillage, etc., it'd be captured within the interceptor. So the water quality benefit of this would also be a betterment as well. And I think, Sir Roger, I've answered your questions as I wrote them down.
That's very helpful. I mean, just for clarification, and this will be my final point, and then I'm going to shut up. And if I may, sir, I'm going to then have to excuse myself. I've got a parliamentary meeting I've got to go to. But my understanding is that Southern Water has a statutory duty to provide this. So while you say it's in their gift, actually it isn't in their gift at all. They've got to do it.
That's right.
Not. Yeah.
That's my coin of phrase, in their gift. It is their statutory duty.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll join you tomorrow if I may. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for your contribution today. Mr. Dickerman, would you like to go next?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Perhaps rather than a series of questions, if I may better explain our concerns, and perhaps questions will arise from that.
Just on that, because we've heard from your concerns this morning as part of your opening statement. So if you could sort of keep it, because the idea of this was that it's more questions rather than. I mean, sometimes it can drift a little bit into. Like comments being made, which I think for this session is probably sort of fine. But if you could try and sort of stick by and large to questions, please, and that would be helpful for the nature of this session.
Given the nature of the land, in as much that it has been at one time a creek, that it's low-lying, and it takes the catchment from 1,650 hectares. Is it not so much about the brook, but the fact that you're taking large amounts of water, even with the mitigation, and slowly transferring that then down into the brook?
I think, Mr. Dickman, if I can split that into two parts, really. Obviously, further upstream, that there is a catchment which generates what we call that pluvial flooding that's flooding in extreme events, 20 years, 7,500 years, as I explained on drawing sort of 8 and drawing 11 within my flood risk assessment code document 1.58. So that water will always flow at times of flood. This development's not going to stop that because we put the development outside of it. What we are doing is, in terms of the rainwater that falls on the roads, on the roofs, on the drives, we're taking that water and putting that into ground through infiltration. So we're effectively removing that water from the pluvial water that flows over land. So in doing that, we're providing a betterment by removing that part of the catchment and putting it to ground. But what we can't do is I can't within the flood risk assessment deal with that pluvial water flow, because to deal with that, I'd have to create a flood storage reservoir. So that's not something that we're required to do by the NPPF or that you'd feasibly look to do at this point. So I hope that answers your question, that as you referred to it as the creek, which is obviously it's part of the catchment of Tivoli Brook, that would remain. And then where we have the built development, surface water falling on the roads, the roofs and the drives would be put to infiltration, sort of taken out of the system, for want of a better word.
Given that much of the water that flows off the present farmland at the moment is running off of land that's regulated by law, and that we can't regulate those houses and hard surfaces, the chemicals that may or may not go onto gardens, will the very nature of that water that's running off that area be likely to further contamination?
Okay, well, in the way to deal with that, the way sustainable urban drainage systems are designed is to provide water quality benefits. So what we do is we call them treatment trains. So as this development moves from sort of outline to detailed, that'll be when the detailed of the treatment trains come together. So we typically say to put 3 treatment trains in, which is what's recommended in the SUDS manual. Have a gully pot. So if there's an oil spill or something like that of a limited level, it gets collected in the gully pot. Then it'll run through some form of swale or some filter media before it actually infiltrates into the ground. So with studies and assessments that have done as part of Syria's built environment and the SUDS manual, it demonstrates that provides what we call a water quality treatment train. So what you should be seeing from this development discharging to ground is reductions in nitrates, sulfates, etc. Because it's not agricultural land, it becomes, like you say, housing land that's then going through the treatment train. And as part of that, as I mentioned in my proof of evidence, there's a management and maintenance aspect to that, and that is also covered with validation reports and other aspects to show that it's maintained throughout the lifetime of the development.
How sure can you be that these SUDS will be effective for the size of the estate?
All I could refer you to there is in terms of design guides. SUDS design guides have been adopted across the country, and they've been in existence for many a year now, and it is designed in line with the Syria SUDS manual for this type of development. It's national policy, it's industry standard guidance to deal with water quality and attenuations of floodwater.
Given that if this build does go ahead, that it's likely that they will build on the other side of the hill, how many SUDS can be put in to work successfully for 1,000+ houses?
When you say how many SUDS can be put in,
what kind of mitigation will be required for 1,000+ houses? Because quite clearly, if the 450 houses go in, then it sets precedent for the other builds.
Well, if I just take a step back, as part of the NPPF and flood guidance, each development's regulated. So what we would do in terms of when we talk about SUDS, that's sustainable urban drainage systems. So that's how we drain the water from the site. When we look at each site, as I've done with this one, and if we look at section 6 within the FRA, what we've done, and you can see that in, I think it's Appendix 9 that shows the drainage calculations. So it's Appendix 8. What we do for each site is we look at the rainfall that falls on the site for a range of return periods from a 1 year up to 100 year plus an allowance of 40% for climate change. And then we design the SUDS for the density of the site. So a site that's got 450 units on would have a certain size of soakaways, certain size of attenuation to provide mitigation for that site. The site's got 1,000 units on, it would obviously have a greater level of attenuation basins and more point sources to discharge because it's larger. But it's all done within industry design calculations, either through software like micro drainage or software like causeway flow. So it's an engineering calculation, looking at the hard paved surfaces and then calculating what levels of attenuation and infiltration can be taken on site. Because although we're all on chalk in Kent, some places water runs away really quickly, but you can get what we call sort of like putty chalk, where the top of the chalk's not fractured, it's kind of quite bitty, and the infiltration there's much less. So therefore you'll need a larger basin. And that's why when you look at the assessments that we've done here, and specifically around about the soakaway test that we undertook on site in Appendix 4 of the flood risk assessment, that's what's created that design.
Given the soakaways that I've seen, I have a limited knowledge. The water often stays in the soakaway for some time as it drains, as you say, as it drains down slowly.
Yeah.
Can those be prone to blue-green algae? And if so, do the filters actually take that out?
It's unusual that a soakaway be prone to blue-green algae because the time that flourishes in the summer is the time when you've not got a lot of standing water around as you would in winter. Now, I'm just looking for the point. In the flood risk assessment on page 33, we talk about what we call drain down times for each of the soakaways, and it's in 6.3.60, and I'll just read it to you. It says surface water from residential dwellings will be directed to individual plot soakaways, which will manage post-application surface water runoff from the site, up to and including the 100-year plus 40% climate change rainfall event, which achieves a 50% drain down time within 24 hours. So what that means is if we have a 1 in 100-year event, and I add 40% onto that, so I make it 40% bigger, that soakaway would drain down within 24 hours to empty. It's unlikely that you would get the sort of blue-green algae bloom within 24 hours because the basin would be dry. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And last of all, to ensure that this runs correctly and doesn't affect the Thanet coast, do I take it that you are dependent on Southern Water improving the system?
I think as that came across with Sir Roger, that it is Southern Water statutory duty to undertake that.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience, sir.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickman, for those questions, and Mr. Travis for those responses. That's all helpful. Thank you. I've got two hands up. I think Mr. Nibb was first, and then Councillor Farrance.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. I'd like to know whether the proposed survey of the surface water drainage that's going ahead by Southern Water this year could affect the proposals here. There is another thing I wanted to ask. Were there any options to test the surface water from the annual flooding that's seen every year in Tibley Woods, which is very adjacent, and subsequently Tibley Brook, to make sure that any pollution from this site during and after construction is contained within the proposed attenuation measures? And what are the guarantees this won't occur? Because I'm rather worried about this thing that it's a self-contained development vis-a-vis surface water, because I'm not certain that, owing to my local experience, that this can actually be I can't see that you can contain all the water within the site and allow it to infiltrate just into the aquifer. I think that some of it will go outside, and I'd like to see it testing outside the site for pollution, preferably in the Tibley Woods when it floods every winter, to make sure this isn't happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nibb. I picked sort of 4 points out of there. I'm a little bit unsure what you meant by this, the proposed Southern Water Works. If you could just explain what you meant there.
Well, Southern Water have said they're doing a surface water survey this year, and obviously it will include this area. and maybe they might find that it drains a little bit further than you say it does, because I don't think that you can contain it purely in this site.
Well, I think you've got 2 points there, so I'll start with the first one. We acknowledge we can't contain all the flooding within this site, and as I presented in my evidence, you will always get pluvial flooding through the middle of this site into Hartsdown Road, and then into Tivoli Brook, because that's just going to keep happening and occurring. I think the surface water survey that you're referring to is what Southern Water are doing in this area, is they're looking to see if there are any misconnections of surface water into their foul network, because they know, I think as Sir Roger said, when he made some third-party questions, that they're aware that surface water gets into the foul network. So I don't know what Southern Water are going to do with that, but if, from my understanding of what Kent County Council, the LLFA, are saying, there isn't a connection from Tivoli Brook into our site. So I wouldn't expect that to be seen. Moving from that, the areas of our site that we're taking, that's the roads, the roofs, and the paved areas, they're going into the infiltration basins and plot soakways that we've got there. Now, the calculations within my FRA, which is based on a site investigation of the infiltration potential of the soakaway, shows that will work with a factor of safety of 2. Now, that's in line with industry practice and design. It has been reviewed by the lead local flood authority. The design of that for a reserve matters scheme, should this appeal be granted, that will be subject to condition. So with it being subject to condition, it will be shown that the surface water network on site will be CCTV'd and demonstrated it's all built in accordance with the design at reserve matters stage. Your other comment about testing the annual flooding in Tivoli Brook, you could test the water there and see if it's got any E. coli in, which is a marker for sewage, or you could test if it's got any sort of sodium as a marker for salt or any nitrates. I'm not quite sure what benefit that would have for you, because there's quite a large catchment, as we've been talking. Mr. Dickman said around 1,650 hectares flowing into that. So it'd be very difficult to identify where it came from. The only thing I can say is that this development will have separate surface water and foul infrastructure, and therefore that won't produce pollution. The only other comment I got that you made was saying that it was a self-contained site, which as I previously said, it will be. I hope that answers your questions.
Okay, Mr. Nibb, is that your questions? Okay.
I've just got one more question,
Yes.
which
Okay.
has suddenly occurred to me. I noticed that the attenuation measures are going to be maintained during the lifetime of the project. Now, does that mean that as soon as the construction is over, the maintenance will stop, and thereby the attenuation measures will gradually fail until there is more pollution in the local area, including Tivoli Brook? That is my question. Thank you.
Okay, if I could answer that, the phrase is for the lifetime of the development. If you just allow me to read out the part of the condition, which is the suggested condition that we have, and I'll just read it from a part where it says, the scheme shall be based on section 6 of the submitted flood risk assessment, and should also include the phasing for the implementation of the surface water drainage scheme, appropriate operational maintenance and access requirements for each drainage feature or subs component are adequately considered, including any proposed arrangements for future adoption by any public or statutory undertaker. Furthermore, the scheme shall be constructed in full accordance with the approved details and shall be managed/maintained in accordance with the approved maintenance and management details for the lifetime of the development. Now, I hope that answers your question, because what that's saying in layman's terms is there's a condition that there has to be a management and maintenance plan for the lifetime of the development set up. So it's not just going to be left when it's constructed. There will be a maintenance program that goes on for the lifetime of the development. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nib. And now, Councillor Farrens, please.
Thank you. I was just interested in the little exchange you had with Sir Roger about Southern Water. So you said it was in their gift, and then you agreed it was a statutory expectation. However, as we well know around here, and we're not the only area in the country or under Southern Water, there's very little happening about the dramatic release of sewage into the sea. Southern Water don't seem to be under any requirements to sort this out. I mean, they do little things, but it's still a massive problem, and we simply cannot see the end of it, especially with the system being used more and more. So how are they bound to do the works that are in association with any new development?
Okay, I'll take that question. Obviously, my evidence really deals with sort of flood risk and drainage, not specifically foul, because there's a separate report by Utility Law Solutions that does deal with that. But I will provide you with some answers to that, because as far as I can, but I would refer the inspector to the Utility Law Solutions report, because it's a lot more detailed than my answer to this question. Effectively, Southern Water are bound by a statutory. They are the statutory undertaker, and they are bound to take sewage from developments and upgrade their network in accordance with what's coming forward. They do that through a process that they call AMP periods, that's asset management plan periods. They run for blocks of 5 years. So they will be well aware of the local plan that was recently coming forward, and that what investment and upgrades are needed within their network to take the level of housing going forward. Sometimes it seems that things aren't happening because for them to upgrade their network over a period of 5 years, it does take a long time. But they are statutorily bound by Ofwat to undertake those upgrades. I hope that answers your question to the best of my abilities.
Yes, thank you. I think you probably appreciate skepticism. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Farrens. Any more questions from interested parties for Mr. Travis? Ms. Bowers. Oh, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
Hopefully not a difficult question to answer. You've talked extensively about the subsystem and referred to it being maintained throughout the lifetime. I just wondered who would actually be paying and would be responsible for that maintenance, because I can see that going on for a long time. So who actually pays for that?
Okay. At the moment, where it's left at the moment is it depends on whether it's adopted by statutory undertakers such as Southern Water, or whether it becomes part of a management company. So the way that would work is, if it was adopted by Southern Water, there'd be adoption payment from the developer to Southern Water, and then the residents, through their relevant bills that they pay for disposal of surface water, sewer and foul, would go to the statutory undertaker to maintain the system. If that doesn't occur, and it's done by a private management company, then effectively what happens is each individual household pays a lease or a management payment to the management company. Generally, the individuals within the estate form part of the management company. They appoint a reputable civil engineering type company who will maintain that throughout the lifetime of the development. There's all sorts of clauses that are put in there that if the company were to go bust, it could reform, etc. So that's how it would be funded.
Thank you. Confirmed my fears. It will fall onto the residents to pay for it.
Okay, Ms. Bowers, I didn't get your, you weren't one of the names I had down before, so just so I can make sure for my note, because when I do my decision, everyone who speaks, I have to make a list of them all at the end of the decision.
That's fine. I came in a bit earlier when the Westgate and Garlinge lady Jackie was making her statement. So I'm a resident and a member of the Westgate and Garlinge Action Group. And it's Sarah Bowers.
Sarah Bowers, okay, thank you. So if I refer to you as a local resident, would that be?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I've got another hand up. Mr. Dickman, is that you?
Yes.
Ask a further question, that's fine.
Me again, I'm afraid. It may be a question you can't answer, but going on from what Sarah Bowles has just asked about maintenance, given that that KCC, TDC and Southern Water won't take on ownership of the brook, does that, and KCC have stated in a reply to us that it will fall to the landowners, could those people who buy those houses be responsible for the upkeep of the brook as well?
Thank you, Mr. Dickman. I think we're confusing two aspects there, because what Ms. Bowles was asking about is the maintenance of the SUDs, the sustainable urban drainage systems on site, and you're mentioning the brook. So the brook's off site, so that wouldn't really come into the management company of the site, if that makes sense.
Only this, we would probably contest that the brook is actually off site. The brook runs down the middle of the valley. That's the issue. So if the houses are on that land, and none of the statutory bodies want to take ownership of it, and KCC quite clearly are saying to us that it would be it would be down to the owners of the land, which would be the people who had the houses on it, then they may well be required to maintain that as well.
I think that's a difficult question for me to really answer.
I appreciate that.
Probably one for KCCC, but within land drainage law, riparian owners of land are responsible for their parts of land. Just because you brought back to Miss Bowers' comment, I would just direct you to page 31 of the flood risk assessment, 6311, where I detail what the SUDS maintenance is for the site. Where we talk about they've been maintained in line with the SUDS manual. And just to further elaborate on the point I mentioned about the management company, it's standard for SUDS features within a new development to be maintained by a private maintenance company unless the council adopt it. If the maintenance company goes into administration, the site will be contracted to a new maintenance company. Residents will pay a surcharge to the maintenance company, and several of them will be appointed to its board. This would ensure the maintenance throughout the lifetime of the development. I hope that just sort of helps emphasize that a little bit more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dickman, while you're there, and
yes,
have both you and Mr. Travis on the screen, in your position statement you made before or after Christmas, or certainly it's a submission that you've made anyway, you suggested a condition, one of the suggested amendments and additions to the conditions by the Rule 6 party that you provided. And this was a suggested condition about Tivoli Brook in the, given your concerns about what you've just been touching upon about the lack of knowing who is actually responsible for it outside of the site. Mr. Travis, have you had a chance to actually look? I know we're not in a conditions debate today, but as we're discussing surface water and discussing Tivoli Brook, it might be sort of sensible to ask you about it now. Have you had a chance to see that condition?
I haven't got the condition. I've got the position statement, but I haven't actually seen the condition itself. It might
not be the position statement then. It was I don't know when it came. I can't remember, but it was suggested amendments and additions by the Rule 6 party. Maybe you've not actually. You may not have been past it yet. I suspect.
If colleagues can direct me to where it is on the the suggested conditions, that might help. What I would say, sir, is in terms of conditions for looking at off-site assets, I think it's very difficult to put that on the developer for this site to look at an asset that's off-site that they can't have any control on. I think perhaps it's something for KCC and SWORA to discuss, but I don't see that in terms of this development why you would put a condition on us for an asset that's sort of off-site, not in our control. I don't see how it could be enforceable.
If I could just say that I think that the point that we're making is that the brook runs through the site, and we have been told by KCC, and quite clearly KCC, TDC and Southern Water don't want to take up any ownership. And the advice from KCC is that given that Southern Water and TDC can't agree, and that they certainly won't, then it will fall into the hands of the owners of the land. And those houses are on that land. So one of the conditions that we've put on is that we really need to ascertain who has ownership of that disputed brook. Otherwise, you run the risk of putting tenants or house owners into a situation that we're finding at the moment with cladding, that they may have to pay out large sums of money should there be any issues with the brook.
I think
at very least we feel that and I know that's not in your gift and in your remit, but at very least we feel that there should be some identification of ownership of that brook. It's not disputed. It's disputed in our view for a very good reason.
Okay, Mr. Williams, did you want to add something at this point in response?
I was just going to suggest, sir, that sounds like something that's probably best revisited in the condition session. I'm not sure, and it would be helpful just to possibly speak about whether there's any confusion or disagreement about the culverted section of the brook and the brook more generally.
Okay, and one of my questions actually was, I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure there's agreement, but it doesn't sound like there is agreement on where the actual brook goes and where it particularly inside the site. I'm not sure if there's actual drawing that's actually showing where it goes outside of the site, but certainly not inside the site. But it does sound.
Our understanding is that it runs down the valley and then out next to the cricket club. That's why it floods regularly at the cricket club. Then under Hartsdown Road, and that's why it floods regularly at Hartsdown Road. Then into what is described as the catchment area, which is the old boating lake that used to be on site there. And KCC in their report refer to that now as a possible catchment area for the brook. The dispute, I think, is whether the culvert still exists, which would have run under Tivoli Park Avenue. My contention would be that the catchment area stretched under Tivoli Park Avenue, indeed under Meregate, which is the housing estate just the other side of the tennis courts. Now, given if the brook runs down that valley, and that's been our belief from old maps, from local knowledge, if the brook runs down that valley, then who has ownership of that? And that's very important for future tenants if the build does go ahead.
I think just to just sort of help separate that issue from a hydrological point of view, when we're referring to it as coming down the valley and through the site, it's more of what we call an ephemeral watercourse. That it's not a watercourse that's flowing all the time. It's a pluvial flow route, and that through the centre of the site's in the sort of public open space. As it comes into Tivoli Park, as you're mentioning through Tivoli Park Avenue, that's the point where in core document 7.01 of November the 19th, 2021, that's the point where Kent County Council was saying that they looked and it had been, the watercourse had been separated or cut off at some point. So in terms of when it's within the site, it's not physically a brook within the site, because it's only overland flow coming over land. Whereas when it goes into a culvert or an actual river that's flowing all the time, it becomes a watercourse. And that's why if you look in the flood risk assessment, and I'll try and direct you to the right page. The right page for Tivoli Brook. Within a couple of the figures within my section 3, specifically around, get to the right one, when I get around to 3.6.2 on page 18, you can see the Environment Agency river map, and also figure 3.11, which is the map of watercourses. It doesn't show a watercourse through the middle of the site. But whereas when you look at the pluvial in drawing 8, 8.1, etc., you see the pluvial flow through the middle. And I think that's where the difference is coming when KCC, as the lead local flood authority, are talking to the Residents Association, that they're differentiating based on the technical terms we use between watercourse and pluvial flow route. I think that's where the difference is coming from. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. So I understand. So yes, it's not effectively an underground watercourse through the site. It's a, as you put it, fluvial flow route, which incorporates sort of water draining across the site. Is that without going through a particular channel?
And that's pluvial with a P.
Pluvial, right?
Pluvial, yes, pluvial water is what is sort of excess water that comes on the land and flows off, whereas fluvial with an F is where it's within a river.
Okay.
Hydrology is a glossary of terms.
Okay. I'm happy to take consideration of Mr. Dickman's or the Rule 6 Party's condition forward to the conditions session later in the week. I just thought I'd flag it up at this point, mainly to make sure that Mr. Travis, you're aware of it. Obviously, so your views are probably going to be sort of useful in that respect as well. So I'm happy to take that forward as part of the conditions discussion. Any further questions? Right, we've got Mrs. Brown.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. I just wanted to ask, with regards to the climate emergency, the standards that you're working to are in government, what the government requires, what planning requires. I'm just curious to know when this was put in place, and sort of how can we be sure that, given the sort of what happened in Europe this year, that they're going to be sufficient for this development?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Brown. Climate change has been included within flood risk and flood risk calculations for a long time now, and it is regularly reviewed as part of the NPPF and planning guide. The current 40% allowance for surface water drainage was, I can't remember the exact date, it was around 2016, 2017 that was put in place. Earlier this year, the Environment Agency reviewed climate change with regard to river flooding, and they've left the drainage at 40%. So what I can say is it is regularly reviewed. If you think about a 1 in a 100-year event, 40% is almost half as much again. So in my opinion, I do think that's quite a reasonable level of climate change to be applying.
Thank you.
And just one addition to that, what year does that take us to?
It's the lifetime of the development. So, was it 70 years? I think it's 70 years now. Do you want me to come back to you on that, sir? I think it's 70 years for residential development. I would need to check in the guidance.
Okay, that's fine if you can check. Yeah, it's just for my note. Okay, thank you. Right, that I think is all the questions. Just one or two from interested parties. Just one or two things from myself. I think I'm right in saying this, just to make sure that I'm right in saying, where you showed us the one of the drawings earlier on, showing that the areas that were liable to flood within the site, and there's talked about a sequential approach, and that all the built development would be outside of those areas. Is that, and in terms of the master plan, is that all the built development? So that would be all the houses proposed on this particular part of the site, plus garaging and whatever else as well.
Yeah, that well, obviously at the moment you've just got an indicative layout, sir. So all that you can demonstrate at the minute is that the parcels that are shown an indicative layout would be outside of that zone. The only areas of, when I refer to built development, I'm talking about dwelling houses. The only areas that cross the pluvial floodplain are the roads that we identified, and in those locations, within section 5, which is mitigation within the flood risk assessment, I explained how the roads will use box culverts to bridge over that pluvial flooding, because that doesn't occur all the time. It's only on extreme events.
Okay, thank you. And is that one of the suggested conditions? Because as you say, this is outline at the moment, so layout is a reserved matter for future consideration if permission were to be given. Is that something that would be controlled by condition, or is that something that this would be left for the local authority to consider when it considers any future reserved matters application?
Just reading my from my it could be conditioned that it's outside of the 1 in 1,000. It's not in the suggested condition that I have, but quite clearly, if you were to put dwelling houses within areas that are at flood risk, it shows that when somebody goes to buy it on a title search, so it's not within the developer's best interest to put houses within flood zones because they can't sell them, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But I subject to discussion with colleagues, I'd see no reason as to why that couldn't be conditioned.
Okay, I'm not necessarily suggesting myself, just interested to know what's being proposed, and maybe actually, when we go forward to the conditions discussion, that's something the council sort of wants to consider. Mr. Livingstone, if you could comment on that later on at our session, mainly in terms of, well, actually, if it's not a condition, is it something that the local planning authority would clearly look at when it considers that application? I assume it would do, but then is that necessarily the case? So if that can be carried forward to the conditions discussion. And then again, on this point about that area of, if you like, sort of greater risk, where I think you've said in your proof that that would prevent development in areas that have a greater than moderate risk of flooding. Does that still mean that some moderate flooding might still occur? And if that is the case, what does moderate amount to?
The best way to explain this is if you look at drawing 8.4 of the flood risk assessment.
Okay, bear with me because
it's going to be a little while to find.
Close down the document.
While you're there, I'll just look up that climate change allowance for you, so I can answer that date.
Right, 8.4, did you say?
That's right, yes, sir. So what you can see there is what we call this is the Environment Agency's surface water hazard rating with 1 in 1,000 year.
Sorry, hang on, I'm not there yet. My computer's just showing blank pages. So was that paragraph 8.4 or?
It's drawing 8.4, sorry.
Drawing 8.4. So that's in the batch of drawings at the end.
That's right. I think it's around page 90 something.
So it's page 69 of the PDF.
Page 69 of the PDF, thank you.
I've resorted to paper, hence I've not got everything laid out in front of me.
I can't actually see the page numbers on the document that I've got. Well, let's see.
No, sorry. So if you've opened it up on the PDF viewer at the top, there'll be so many of 184.
Yeah.
So if you just type in 69 there, it should take you to it.
69. All right. I see. Yeah. Right. Environment Agency surface water 1,000-year hazard rating.
Yeah. So what we've done here is I'm looking at quite an extreme event, greater than we would normally do for the 100. What you can see on the right hand side of the key, we've got extreme hazard, significant hazard, and moderate hazard. And what they effectively do is look at a combination of depth and velocity. So where you have extreme hazard, that's the sort of thing that the fire brigade won't go into, and that can cause sort of danger to life.
Yeah.
So that's where we're proposing that we wouldn't want any development in there. And you can see how thin it is through the centre of the site, sir. That's where we're limiting to that, because that's the real extreme hazard. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see. So,
okay.
So the area that says in yellow, which is the moderate hazard.
Yeah, we're outside of that as well.
So you're outside of that, I see.
Yeah,
okay,
correct.
You're outside of that, right.
I think that's within, I can reference the page in the FRA, we say that, if that helps. I think you see that in better detail on drawing 11, actually, because I've overlaid that on top.
Okay, what page is that in terms of the PDF? If somebody could.
What were we on before? We were 69, 70, it's about 72, I think.
$72. No.
75, actually. Yeah. There's some blank pages in there as well. Yeah.
75.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yes, that drawing. I remember that drawing from before. Surface water flooding outline overlay.
Yeah. And if you go to in the flood risk assessment, section 5.2, page 26 and 27, that's where I describe the mitigation measures. Just to help with your notes.
Okay, thank you.
And a colleague's just helped me with the climate change question you asked. So it's the total percentage change anticipated for the 2080s, covering the years from 2070 to 2115.
Okay, say that again.
Okay, it's the total percentage change anticipated for the 2080s.
Yeah.
And that's covering the years 2070 to 2115. If you like, I can send you the government guidance reference where that's from, if that helps as well.
No, there's probably no need to, but thank you. So effectively, is my sort of basic understanding that 40% allowance would take it to 2115.
Yeah, that's right. Right. That's the upper end.
That's the upper end, yeah. Okay,
yeah.
I see. Okay, just bear with me because lots of the points I think that I was going to ask have actually been raised through questions in the discussion that has taken place, so that is useful. Another matter actually which I'll raise now but can be answered in the conditions discussion is that in the condition on, I don't actually know which condition it is, it must be the condition requesting details of surface water, flooding management, etc. It relates to, I think, on a per phase basis rather than the whole development. And if it's done, as I understand it, on a phase by phase basis, could that in any way jeopardize the overall effectiveness of a comprehensive site-wide approach? I.e., if the first phase is done and it has its surface water drainage measures put in, which might be work for that phase, would such a perhaps incremental approach jeopardize what could be a better system if it was done comprehensively? So i.e., should the details be approved before the entire development starts rather than allowing one bit to start and then the rest?
Typically, if we were looking at a discharge to a watercourse, you'd say yes, because you need to construct the balancing pond before it discharges. But because we're looking to ground, a lot of this will be done through individual plot soakaways. So you could do it in terms of phases. The highway's drained as one section and then other parts. So it's not as much of an issue when we look at infiltration because they're done in sort of individual parcels anyway. It's more of a concern really where you've got, say, a balancing pond for a whole development that you need to put it in at the beginning because you're discharging to a river. But here, because you've got so many diffuse features, because it's groundwater. Through infiltration, it's not as difficult.
Okay, thank you. Okay, a note for Mr. Livingstone, if you're sort of happy with that, then let me know when we get to the conditions discussion later in the week. Thank you. Okay, we've dealt with that. Okay, that actually, I think everything's been covered off that I was going to ask. So thank you for that. Is there anything else before Mr. Travis leaves us, or certainly leaves this part of the agenda, that anybody wishes to raise?
So can I just flag as well as a point for the condition session? You'll have seen that certain of the conditions relate to tying in the parameters plan and the development framework plan. And we can deal with it in conditions, but that's consistent with the approach that Mr. Travis has been explaining to leaving certain areas of the site where there's pluvial flooding undeveloped.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank everybody for all your questions. They've been helpful for my understanding as well, and thank you for your responses, Mr. Travis. And obviously, I'll take all the what's been said forward to consider when I come to making the decision. So thank you, everybody. Right, that is item number 4. So we're getting to, so the next item is item 5, which is on biodiversity, which we include. There's 2 parts of this really. They may be to a degree interrelated, but there's the first part on the effect upon the Thames Coast and Sandwich Bay Special Protection Area, which I've got to consider as the competent authority, irrespective of if the council sort of still objects or not. And then we get on to perhaps, if I can call them, the more site-specific concerns on breeding birds and bats, etc. As I don't want to finish any later than 5 o'clock, we've got 2 options. We either finish for the day now, or we try and do the first part of it, which is the Thames Coast and Sandwich Bay Special Protection Area discussion, which I think, and I might be wrong, but I think might be the shorter of the 2 parts, because I've got shadow appropriate assessments being submitted. I've got up-to-date consultation responses from Thames, from Natural England, and I've got quite a lot of written submissions and various documents that have been sent over the past few weeks, which are very helpful to me in terms of going to do my appropriate assessment as a competent authority. So if all the parties are here, and I see we already have Ms. Caldwell sort of waiting to contribute, is everyone happy that we do that first part of it and on the special protection area, and then we leave the other site-specific things, more specifically breeding birds and bats, for tomorrow morning at 9:30 when we start?
So that's certainly fine by us. I mean, as you say, the position in relation to the appropriate assessment from our perspective is just making sure that you've understood what we've done and where you can find the relevant material. And as my learned friend referred to in his opening, there is case law, and we submit that our assessment's compliant with that. But obviously, I view this first part as an opportunity for you to explore with us where the information is that you need in order to reach the conclusion that we're asking you to reach.
Yeah, that seems sensible, along the lines of what I was going to ask. I've got a series of questions which really follow the draft agenda that I sent out last week with the various questions. Is everyone else happy with that? That we do this one before 5? I think it's probably a good use of time that we do, rather than any sort of time we can save. It would be helpful. So, in terms of the first part of the discussion, this is just on the Thames Coast and Sandwich Bay SPA and of course Ramsar sites. Who would like to contribute to this?
Well, obviously, sir, I provided the shadow HRA, so I can run through that as you wish.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And Mr. Livingstone, you've appeared, and I'm sure your contribution will be helpful.
Yes, as necessary if you have any questions on it for the local authority, sir.
Okay, thank you. And would anybody else like to contribute to this part of the discussion? Okay. No. Okay. Obviously, the other thing about this is that I've got a copy of the draft 106 that came in yesterday, which I've not actually had a chance to see yet. I was preparing more for other things last night, so I've not had a chance to consider that, and anything that arises from that, I will have to raise at another time. And I think it can be taken as read in terms of the submissions that you've put in, including your proof of evidence, Ms. Caldwell, and the shadow appropriate assessment that's been done. So I don't need you to go over that as we did for drainage, for example. I'm happy for you just to respond to a few questions that I have got, unless there's anything sort of burning in terms of introductory comments that you've written down you want to sort of say. I'm happy that everything in your written submissions has been taken as read. So if we go through the order of things in my agenda from section 2, could you just briefly describe the qualifying features of the relevant protected areas? I know some of this is going over your proof, so I'm slightly going against what I've said, but I think it's probably just useful to sort of set the scene as we go.
Yes, certainly, sir. So for the Thanet Coast and Sandwich Bay SPA, there are 3 qualifying features, which are internationally important breeding populations of little tern and golden plover, and internationally important wintering populations of turnstone. And with regards to the Ramsar designation that we consider as well, criterion 2 of the Ramsar relates to the site supporting 15 species of British Red Data Book invertebrates, 3 of which are endangered, and criterion 6, the site supports an internationally important wintering population of turnstone. All of that is detailed within my shadow HRA, which forms Appendix C of my proof of evidence. And in the shadow HRA, Appendix C, Table C2 and C3.
C2 and C3, yes, thank you. Okay. And then, Mr. Livingstone, feel free to chip in if you disagree with any of this, or if there's anything else you want to add. But moving on to B, then I think it's agreed that there is a potential for likely significant effects. What would those significant effects be, and where would they come from in terms of this development? Obviously in combination with other developments as well, but what would the specific likely significant effects arise from?
Yeah, so the likely significant effects concerned with these designations are disturbance from recreational impacts. There have been various studies undertaken, and a zone of influence of 7.2 kilometres has been identified in Thanet for new residential development that could give rise to these disturbance effects, either alone or in combination with other plans and projects.
Okay, 7 kilometres.
7.2.
7.2. Okay.
There are other potential impact pathways that we considered as part of the screening exercise within the shadow HRA that include consideration of the site itself as functionally linked land to the SPA. So one of the qualifying features, golden plover, are known to come up on high tide and forage on agricultural land along the coast, and our winter bird survey work, together with previous survey work undertaken to inform the local plan, looked at whether the site performed functionally linked land for golden plover. That work confirmed that we weren't recording golden plover foraging and roosting on our site, and therefore we screened that impact pathway out. That is detailed in Appendix D of my shadow HRA, Table D2 for the SPA and Table D3 for the Ramsar.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to section C, proposed mitigation measures, including strategic access management and monitoring plan and on-site provision. If you could go into some more detail on what those measures are, and then we'll move on to the sort of the particularly important bit about how would those measures be secured? Because obviously, as the competent authority, I'd need to be absolutely clear that the measures will are not only being proposed, but they'd actually be secured in the future. And obviously, things like the money being spent by the council on the correct things at the right time to serve this development. So, yeah, if you could start by going through the actual sort of substance of the proposed mitigation measures. And again, Mr. Livingston, if you want to add anything, then please do as well.
So in line with policy SP29 of the local plan, development within the residential development within the 7.2 zone of influence area is required to make a financial contribution to the strategic access management and monitoring programme, which is already underway. This scheme has been supported by Natural England and the various local authorities within the zone of influence of the Thanet coast. There is a tariff set out within SP29 for these financial contributions, and that they would be secured by a Section 106 agreement. So I believe we have the draft of that agreement now, and those SAMS contributions will be set out within that document.
Okay, and that's within the actual Section 106 agreement, not in any unilateral undertaking. Is that right?
I believe so.
So yes, that's right.
Okay. Because the reason I ask that is that ones where they're in the unilateral undertaking, there's always the question of, well, how is the council bound in terms of how they actually spend the money on the correct things? But if that's within the Section 106 as drafted agreements, then that can hopefully give some surety in that regard. Okay.
Okay.
But yes, Schedule 6 contains the requirement to pay the SAM contribution, and in Schedule 8 there's a covenant given by the council to use the money for the purposes for which they were paid.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions with regards to the SAMS payments?
No, let me just think. It could be a question more for Ms. Livingstone, but for either of you. So just thinking through the processes of this, obviously if the appeal was allowed, the Section 106 would be applicable. The monies would be spent by the council. The council will spend the money on the appropriate mitigation as set out in the Strategic Access Management and Monitoring Plan, which I've got a copy of that, so no need to go into sort of much more detail on that. What is in place to make sure that the relevant measures are put in, if you like, before the development is occupied? Is there some sort of ongoing process to allow for there must be a sort of lag between what Section 106 is, etc., and things being done on the actual site in terms of what's needed? So can you sort of provide some more?
Yes, thank you, sir. In terms of what we look at with all residential developments, because this triggers on every single scheme for one or more dwellings, we secure these contributions. The tariff has been based on an in perpetuity, I suppose, payment for the amount of population that's expected to come out of the housing developments to 2030 linked to the local plan. What that means is that we have a sort of pot of money that keeps being topped up and used for this particular project. For this development itself, one of the things that's been put forward in the 106 is obviously a trigger for when the contribution is paid, linked to the phases of development as has been submitted, which would mean that prior to occupation of dwellings on each phase, we would receive the contribution for the whole phase, which would then go into the project to be able to then be spent in relation to the SAMs. Oh, sorry, so you're on mute.
Apologies. And what internal arrangements and procedures, or whatever it might be, I know it's in the 106, which the councils will be presumably signing up to, but what internal arrangements and procedures are in place that the council's got to ensure that the money will be spent at the right time on the right things, to ensure that an adverse effect is prevented in this case?
So it's an ongoing, as it's an ongoing project. What the project, it's actually a joint project between Thanet District Council and Canterbury City Council. And what it means is that there's an ongoing assessment of basically the money that's held by both councils, which is then pooled into the project itself, which is the Birdwise East Kent group. Now, there are quarterly meetings in place, which include senior managements from both authorities. Includes a project officer who's specifically employed to manage the project. It's got 2 engagement officers that do the same, are involved in that same way, as well as Natural England, who are also part of the project and sit in the quarterly meetings as well. So in terms of the budget itself, it's sort of dealt with in that forum. In terms of internally and our own measures, just as we do with all 106 contributions, see when they are submitted to the council, they are stored separately from other financial amounts that come into the council and kept on a record that then basically would release them as and when necessary and requested by the relevant department. In this instance, it's the strategic planning team that effectively are managing the project as it goes forward. Okay.
Thank you. We've already heard a bit today about other developments that are going on or proposed. How does what is the ongoing process? Because obviously it's the in combination effects that have to be considered, not just the effects from the site itself. How are the other developments that are being proposed or being allocated? How is everything sort of updated to reflect those and to make sure that the actual works that are being done, if you like, sort of keeps up to date with the possible impacts that might result on
being successful? Yes. One of the bits that the work is doing is there's ongoing monitoring and survey work through the Birdwise and East Kent project, basically to assess visitor numbers and bird numbers, which then links and feeds back into where the wardening occurs, going through on a yearly basis. And I must admit, I don't know if it's in the shadow HRA that the appellant has submitted, but certainly in our HRA, it's made mention of the most recent survey work that has been that's actually sort of been apparent for that. In terms of how it sort of feeds into the in combination effect, obviously when the sort of tariff was set through the SAM's work was when the new housing number in the local plan was set at a few years ago. Obviously, as things develop, that will need to be reviewed if through the local plan process in the future there are changes to that, which would mean that a set of work would need to be done to reset that tariff as appropriate to ensure. But it's a sort of cyclical nature of assessment, and changing the project to ensure that basically the bird population doesn't decline as it was doing from 2013 through, and it's slowed down in rate, but obviously with the survey work that's been going on at the moment is sort of slowing down the rate. But obviously we're publishing yearly survey work now, as now the whole the project is actually sort of fully staffed almost.
Okay, thank you. There's a hand gone up. Miss Bowers, have you got something you wanted to say at this point?
Yes, give me, if you don't mind. I know I hadn't put my name forward, but I just want to ask questions about the SAM payment, if you don't mind, since that's what's under discussion at the moment. Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
My understanding is that the SAM payments covers disturbance for birds at the coast. My question is around what is mitigation then for loss of functional land, which is actually inland from the coast? Because I don't believe SAM's payments cover that, but I could have that wrong. So that's my question, really.
Could I come back and address that point? In fact, Mrs. Bowers, I covered that when I was talking about functionally linked land in terms of the assessment that we did within our shadow HRA. So in terms of functionally linked land, we look at how the site itself, the habitats on the site could be used by species which form qualifying features of the SPA and Ramsar. That really boils down to golden plover in this instance, because they will use land away from the coast for foraging and roosting. So we undertook winter bird survey work, 2019-2020 winter, during which we didn't record golden plover using our site. There was some previous survey work done to inform the local plan allocations. That was 2016-2017, which included our site, and there was no golden plover recorded using our site for foraging or roosting either. That information is provided within our winter bird survey report, which formed an appendix of the environmental statement, and we have had consultation with Natural England on that point. As a result of that, they raised no objection to our conclusion that the site does not form functionally linked land. So as such, it's screened out of further appropriate assessment within the shadow HRA. Does that address your concern?
If I could come back with a couple of points. Initially, Natural England actually did raise concerns about the winter bird surveys. They said that there was only one winter covered, where there should be at least two, and that the cropping regime at the time the survey was carried out was actually wrong for golden plover, so it wouldn't have attracted those birds. The other point I'd make is that golden plover doesn't always come back to the same land. So just because you didn't see it during your surveys doesn't mean that it doesn't use it. And the third point I'd make is with reference to the inspector's question around cumulative effect and impact. It's not only this land that we're losing, unfortunately, we're losing an awful lot of other functional land. And if we want to consider the cumulative impact, then we need to consider the impact of loss of all this functional land on the golden plover, not just this site.
Okay, thank you. I'll try and come back to those comments in order. First, with regards to the initial comments from Natural England with regards to 1 versus 2 years worth of winter survey data. That's correct. They provided a consultation response querying that. We provided a rebuttal statement to Natural England to clarify the volume of winter bird survey information that we considered when making our assessment. That did include just 1 winter of survey work undertaken by ourselves, but also considered the data presented to inform the local plan and to inform Natural England's own mitigation assessment for the Thanet coast. So as set out within our rebuttal statement, that included surveys over 2016-2017 winter, further surveys undertaken on separate dates during 2017, and our winter survey data 2019-2020. So they were content with that, and there was no further objection. With regards to the cropping regime, we also went back and looked at the cropping regime and provided as much evidence as we could for the historical cropping regime on that site, and provided evidence that, in fact, golden plover do use fallow fields and stubble, which was situation when we undertook our surveys on the site, and Natural England accepted that. In fact, it was one of the conclusions that came out of the monitoring survey work that they had instructed to inform the local plan, that actually golden plover will use fields when they're in that part of the cropping regime. So those points were addressed with Natural England and they were satisfied with that. In relation to in combination effects, of course, we consider in combination effects as part of the shadow HRA assessment and cumulative effects as part of the ES. We can't have an in combination effect with other development if we're not recording our site being used by golden plover. So I take your point that other development in the local area that golden plover are using may have an effect on that qualifying feature of the SPA, but our site cannot be considered to have a in combination effect because we have demonstrated that golden plover are not using the habitats on this site. I don't think I can go any further. I hope that addresses your points.
It answers the questions, but I still have concerns about the golden plover. Just because you didn't see them doesn't mean they don't use it. It's the nature of surveys, I guess. And the land is perfect for golden plover. There's no reason why it shouldn't be there. Why would it be on land just around the corner, but not on this land? So I appreciate you may not be able to answer that, but that is the limit of surveys. And I would return to the point that the SAMS mitigation will not mitigate for internal land, loss of internal land. Just to be clear on that, it only mitigates for disturbance at the coast, just to ensure, as I think hopefully you agree with that.
Yes, that is a good point of clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, these are matters obviously for me to consider in further detail as part of my decision. And thank you for those questions and submissions, Ms. Bowen, in that respect. Mr. Dickman, have you got something you'd like to?
Thank you, sir. Just really to clarify, is the HRA now out of date, as it only looks at the impact loss of 350 hectares, whereas now it's close to 700 and likely to grow?
Sorry, I lost that last bit.
Do you want to repeat the question, Mr. Dickman? I think
Yes,
there was
it's the HRA out of date now because it looks at the impact of loss of just 350 hectares of land, when we know this is now to be closer to 700 hectares.
Are you talking about in combination?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Well, in terms of the impact pathways that we've identified, that would not have a bearing. So in terms of the in combination effects at the coast, there is this, obviously there's SP 29, which deals with the in combination effects through the SAM payments. And any new residential development coming forward will have to pay into that scheme. And therefore, those effects will be mitigated. With regards to functionally linked land, as I've just described, we cannot consider in combination effects of loss of any functionally linked land because our survey data and historical data that we have, i.e. the best of information that we have available, has not indicated that our site is being used by golden plover as functionally linked land. So I don't think those points have a bearing on the impact pathways that we have identified.
Thank you.
There was one final point about the mitigation that I just wanted to clarify, which was the provision of amenity space, public open space within the development itself, and that to a degree mitigates for some of the visitor-related impact from our site alone that might be expected at the coast, i.e. for, daily dog walking, things like that. And as set out within Appendix E of the Shadow HRA, and we have provided a note about the amount of POS and the type of POS provision that will be provided as part of the scheme. And that is over and above the policy requirements and also considered as mitigation in relation to the Thanet Coast SPA. Provision of that would be secured through any planning consent or condition.
Right, that was going to be my question. How would that be secured to ensure that I, as the competent authority, could be sure that is carried forward? Obviously, again, it's a bit like the discussion on flooding. Obviously, the local authority would be able to look at that, but in terms of my position, making the appropriate assessment, needing to be, absolutely sure, or certainly beyond sort of scientific doubt, how would that be? How could that be secured, or how is that proposed to be secured?
There are a number of planning conditions that have been suggested relating to the green infrastructure provision and also the landscaping provision in terms of type and quantum. And therefore, I would expect the planning conditions to secure that provision.
Okay, and I suggest we look at those in detail as part of the conditions session later in the week. Thank you, Mr. Livingstone. Were you going to add anything to that?
It was to say pretty much the same point as Ms. Caldwell. So no, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And I think item E is the further consultation response from Natural England, which I've now received. In fact, there's been two, as was explained earlier, and I don't think there's anything that I need to ask myself. I don't think, from what I've read. Anything else you want to make in response to that, or don't need to do with it? There's not. I think that seems clear. Okay. Are there any other relevant matters in terms of this part of the discussion on biodiversity in relation to the SPA and Ramsar habitats regulations that anybody else wants to raise before we close this part of the discussion?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you for those clarifications. Thank you for the various documents that have been put in, which I'm sure are going to be helpful to me when and if I need to do an appropriate assessment. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that takes us to 5 o'clock or just after, so I think it's time to adjourn. Tomorrow morning, if we can start at 9:30, as mentioned earlier, and we'll proceed with the second part of the biodiversity discussion. And this is particularly in terms of the effects upon breeding birds and bats. And I think if anyone's not seen it, I have sent out a suggested agenda, which I think is on the council's website, Mr. Livingstone. And we'll start that sort of soon after 9:30. If first thing in the morning as well, we could just have an update on any various things that are outstanding. And I think too, we'll have a little discussion on a sort of an outline timetable for the rest of the week, if we can. So with the two advocates and can have a little sort of think about how long you're expecting the various discussions, etc., to take. Obviously, I'll give that some consideration as well. And we'll have a sort of an outline program to see where we're going to go in terms of the number of days required, etc. And we'll do that first thing quite briefly, I think. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for all your helpful contributions today. I'll now adjourn the inquiry and we'll recommence tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you. And just on that, obviously the virtual room, if you can come into the virtual room before 9:30. So as today, you're all in the room when I enter the room at 9:30, so we can get on straight away. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much.